and welcome back to the St. Louis Showdown. Yesterday we had a dramatic second game in which Nakamura, who came out with the lead in game one, lost a game which we really thought was headed to a draw versus Levon Aronian, and you can see he is in pain here, seeing that he blew away a position that would ordinarily be drawn. We are in St. Louis, the capital of chess in America, and boy, is a lot happening for chess today. We have big news in that Magnus Carlsen has retained his world championship title, and that's great because Carlsen, a big fan of the St. Louis Chess Club, he was here for quite a while, just a couple of months ago for the Sinkfield Cup. And Nakamura and Aronian, both clearly in the top 10 players in the world. Maybe they'll be playing against Carlsen one day as well. I'm Jennifer Shahade, and I'm with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, and we've got quite a lot of exciting chess ahead of us, don't we?
Absolutely, absolutely. The first two games ended decisively, which was a real big surprise. A score of 4-4 or 1-1 would be expected from the positions, but to have two decisive games is a real surprise in this match of top elite players.
That's right. So let's take a look at the scoreboard. You see 4 points for Aronian and 4 for Nakamura. That's because each classical game is worth 4 points. And then on Tuesday, we are going to have a 16-game blitz match with each of those games being worth 1 point. So you're definitely not going to want to miss this. November 25th. Me, Yasser, and Maurice all commenting on blitz games.
We're going to do our best, but it's going to be hard.
While you're working on those Thanksgiving pies and appetizers, you're going to have to get excited with some blitz with us. Now, yesterday's game, very exciting. It looked like there was a little bit of a blunder with A5 at first, but then it turned out both players thought that was the best move. Maurice, what do you make of that kind of topsy-turvy endgame that we saw yesterday?
That's the word for it, Jen. These players not playing at their best. These are two of the best players in the world. Let's face it. Aronian has been over 2,800. Nakamura has won huge tournaments. He's the #1 player in the United States. But they have shown really some chinks in their armor, playing some strange moves. And yesterday we saw one of those exactly. In this moment, we thought pawn takes pawn was the best move. And Nakamura decided to play this move A5, sealing a target in the position for this bishop. And Aronian milked the position and later won the game. Afterwards, Nakamura was really disgusted with the position, with himself. He was chatting animatedly with Levon, saying, maybe I could have done this, maybe I could have done that. You saw the two of them there. Of course, Levon looked like the cat who got into the pie and stole some food because he had won the game and tied up the match. Quite happy was he to be able to win with white when he absolutely shouldn't have won that game. So 1-1 is the score. Nakamura is going to have to bounce back and play with his second white. He can take solace in the fact that he won the first game with the white pieces. So we should see some fireworks here in round 3 here at the Showdown in St. Louis. Guys?
Thanks, Maurice. And we also have some more exciting news. If it wasn't
World
Magnus
Championship
Carlsen
Showdown in St. Louis, we've got more.
A really big one indeed. 13-year-old Sam Seirawan started the GM Norm Invitational with a perfect 4-0 score, and he has now beat records of so many greats to become the youngest ever American Grandmaster. 13 years old. Absolutely incredible, Sam. And the way he did it, starting with 4-0, he actually already had the Norm, so he just needed to get those rating points to get him the Grandmaster title. And pretty good company that Sam joins with other young Grandmasters. Bobby Fischer, my God. Magnus Carlsen, 13 years, 4 months, and 27 days, so just a few months younger than Seirawan. And he did beat Hikaru Nakamura's record. And the youngest of all time, Sergei Karyakin, and Sam, of course, is not that far off from that. And the record holder before yesterday was actually Ray Robson,
right?
Another St. Louisan who attends Webster University. So Sam Seirawan just being in the record books right next to Bobby Fischer, that must feel pretty cool.
Yeah, just to be in that same company of names, wow. Fantastic. 13 years old, it's staggering.
That's right. Very exciting. Well, and, Judah Polgar used to be on that list of greats, right?
Absolutely.
She also beat Bobby Fischer's record.
Indeed she did.
Yeah. So.
Very deservingly, too.
That's right. So Sam Seirawan, many congratulations, and we're going to have more on him. I mean, he's just playing such exciting chess, and we're going to get him on the show and see what he thinks about making history here in St. Louis. You know, that actually 2 of his norms were achieved here at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Fantastic. And then to cement the Grandmaster title as well at the St. Louis, that's also pretty cool.
To be honest, everybody was so excited about it, and I thought, oh my God, it's 17 rating points. That's kind of a lot. You know, he has to win a lot of games, and
right.
that might be challenging. Like, maybe he'll do it, but maybe he won't. And boy, did Sam prove himself.
Right out of the box.
I mean, not only did he get there, he got there with a 4-0 score, Fabiano-like.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. And today in the 5th game, it looks like he's heading towards a draw, but he's secured, or rather clinched, his Grandmaster title by starting with his 4-0 result.
And his place in history.
And his place in history, no question.
So yesterday's game was really a fascinating endgame. I mean, I saw you and Aronian analyzing some of those variations last night, and boy, oh boy, those pawning games, I feel that, you know, we could spend a week analyzing them.
Well,
I mean, they were very instructive as well.
Oh, without question. And what was very interesting about our analysis session yesterday with Levon is he had done a great deal of calculation in some very sharp positions that he thought were necessary. When I showed him a very simple way of winning, he was like, stunned, because sometimes you get caught up in the complexities without realizing that he had a really simple win. But then we ended up in agreement that the A5 move was the decisive move.
But mostly for concrete reasons. When we saw the move A5, we hated it because of just a guttural response. This is not a move that you play.
Right.
Whereas the reality was that the reason it was bad was very concrete.
Was very concrete. Also, one of the things that Levon shared, and again, it really matched our thinking, was that he was stunned when Nakamura maneuvered his knight from the d5 square to the d3 square. Levon thought that if Black just kept his knight on d5, that he could secure a very easy and simple draw, even not having to advance his e-pawn. So the knight to d3 maneuver by Hikaru really gave Levon hope that he could actually win the game.
That's right, indeed. And, of course, exchanging rooks in the first place, which was the mistake that Nakamura himself pinpointed. So what are these guys playing for? Let's take a look. A little extra stuffing for their turkey. That would be pretty cool if you had a turkey stuffed with cash, right?
Yes, indeed.
So don't try that for Thanksgiving, unless it's like once. First place, $60K. Second place, $40K. So both of these guys going to come home with a chunk of change, but major bragging rights and an extra $20,000 for first place.
And also, again, the importance of match play. Just getting that match play experience is critical for both players, and especially for Hikaru.
Absolutely, indeed. And we've got a game 3 today. What do you have predictions out of the opening? Is Nakamura going to take a cue from Magnus Carlsen and do a little Berlin dance today?
Good question. I think we're going to see a lot of that in blitz, because we're going to see 16 games. But because of the high value that the classical games, and in particular this game, because that's going to really affect what's happening in game 4 as well, I'm expecting d4 as we saw in game 1. Or, well, this line of play.
Maybe something a little different from Nakamura's
right.
end, because we saw that kind of insipid bishop d2,
right.
which didn't lead to anything except actually a disadvantage for him in the opening. Exactly.
I think we're probably going to see another Rogozin, and this time a little bit better prepared Hikaru Nakamura.
Right, sharper teeth, if you will. And let's Maurice actually has a tidbit from one of his victories here.
Well, I remember my victory that gave me the Grandmaster title. It's something that you will not soon forget. Imagine getting to the ultimate goal in chess. At least personally, that has been mine. And I remember it vividly, and we all can now bask in Sam Sevian's glory, because this is the game that made him a grandmaster. And he got this position with the black pieces. He was already dominating with his knights. And in this position, his knights pranced and danced some more in making this move. Knight takes on g3, a knockout blow, just ripping off this pawn. Of course, queen takes knight is impossible because of this juicy fork, knight to e2 check, attacking the queen as well. So his opponent had to accept the fact that the sacrifice was made. He went for it with fg6, but Sam was not afraid. He grabbed the rook, and after takes, he just played e4, continuing down the board, expanding, getting space. Black having everything under control, white's pieces not being able to do any damage. White pushed on for a little while by trading, but after queen takes, bishop b2, rook b2, and then bishop f takes on g6, now you see that he's just up in exchange. He's got extra pawns on the board. Even if you took this pawn, it's not really going to count because this queen could block and just liquidate down. There are threats of rook a1. There's a threat on the rook. No chance in this position, so his opponent resigned. So clearly, Sam showing a dominating play in his first 3 games, just scintillating, beautiful chess. He's definitely a grandmaster, folks, and he's proven it here at this tournament. Now, that said, I also remember when I became a grandmaster, my very next game, I still had to play. I did it with a round to spare. I lost that last game. It was like, do I really have to play this game? I'm done, right? I lost that last game. There was a bit of a letdown. Right now, Sam is suffering maybe a little bit of a letdown himself. You see, he's in this position, quite challenged. He's down a piece, but he does have 2 pawns for it, so he should be able to maintain the draw, but it's a little bit of danger to his king right now. So we'll see whether or not he shows his grandmaster defensive skills in this position. In the meantime, we see the players of the Showdown in St. Louis have begun their game, so we'll take a look. But Sam, having cemented history, one day he'll be like one of these guys.
That's right, and that's what we want from other American players, and it's so fitting that so much of the success was right here in St. Louis, because I know that it's really important to the founders, Rex and Dr. Jeannie Singfield, to get the next Fischer or Nakamura from America, so that we can have more American contenders for the ultimate title in chess, and you build it via programs like this.
Well, exactly. Boy, I mean, what a feather in our cap here in St. Louis to have given birth to Sam Sevian's Grandmaster title. We do have the game underway.
A little bit of a surprise, indeed.
Big time surprise. Levon Aronian is not known, certainly not known as a Grunfeld defense player, but that has been his choice in today's game. So this has been really, and the players are just blitzing right through the opening. Just look at them go, as both players are ready for a Grunfeld. Very surprising indeed.
Not surprising from Nakamura's point of view. Nakamura has played that as well, but yeah, I mean, I do see some games kind of popping up here where Levon has tried the Grunfeld, but it's certainly not his mainstay.
Not at all.
Right, so he played it in Tata Steel against Sokolov, but that was a different variation, so not the F3 line that Nakamura has employed, which he also employed against Magnus Carlsen in a famous game, right?
Yes, indeed.
That was in Zurich. The sad game.
The painful game.
Sad for Nakamura fans.
Right. So Hikaru did confidently open with the queen pawn, d4, as we saw in game 1. c4, and instead of the e7, e6, and the Rogozin system that was employed, we see a Grunfeld defense. g7, g6. Hikaru's playing a very sharp line that top grandmasters of today are really paying attention to. f2, f3, d7, d5. I just should mention this really weird move, e7, e6. That was from MVL. But okay, f3, d5.
So let's talk a little bit about why f3 is popular, because it seems like in other lines in the Grunfeld, you're able to get that e4 push in without weakening yourself. So what's the big deal with f3?
Right, exactly. What is the big deal with f3? As we know, in most Grunfeld defenses, we see the knight coming out here, c3, d5, cd, knight takes d5. I'm just putting the Grunfeld proper on the board. So the main diff between the situation what we'll get in the game with the pawn on f3 is that black is able to trade off a pair of knights, and this gives him a very comfortable way of attacking white's center. As we'll see in a moment in the game, that extra pair of knights means that black has a bit of a passive knight sitting on the queen side. So that's the difference. When you play the move f3, you're trying to avoid the trade of knights. f3, d5, takes.
So a waiting move, if you will.
Yeah, that prepares to occupy the center with the move e2, e4. The knight dropped back. I believe the players move so fast, by the way. I believe this was how the game went. Knight
I'm surprised
c3.
that Nakamura's moved that fast, because obviously you'd be surprised, but if this is what he has prepared for the Grunfeld, regardless if it's against Aronian or something else, he's like, well, why not show no fear, show no rattling,
Right.
and just bang the moves.
And that's what he did. Now, I think at this moment, actually, Levon played a move that he's supposed to not play. The most popular move, I believe, here is castles by black. I think Levon played knight c6. Normally speaking, you're not allowed, what you should not allow, let's say, this awkward pin on the knight on c6 against the king on e8, but he did allow it. Bishop b5, castled. And Levon said, if you like, you're welcome to trade your bishop for my knight and double my pawns. But if you do this, that is to say, take that knight, then your white has given up control of the square c4, and this bishop is going to pop out in the near future to a6. Well, Hikaru kept his knight and instead kept his bishop, I beg your pardon, and played the move knight ge2, queen d6, and we're going to have to go to Maurice shortly to tell me what the stats are on this particular position, because I don't know it very well with the bishop on b5.
Yeah, I think we'll work on that, but meanwhile, Maurice has something for us on the Sam Sevian game, which is actually still going on.
All right.
Well, as we mentioned, it's game 5 for Sam. He's already gotten the Grandmaster title, but there's a tournament to win. It's a 9-round event. There are 3 Grandmasters in the tournament. Now him as a GM-elect, well, he's cemented himself as a Grandmaster as well. So you want to make sure you put the pedal on the metal and win the tournament. He's up a 1.5 points. He could put some more distance between him and the rest of the field in this game. We were talking about him having a passive position, down a piece. Well, he's the only one that could win the game, it looks like, with the pawns, at least, if the white pieces don't get coordinated. Well, in time pressure, you can see his opponent is down to only 3 seconds to make a move, 2 seconds down the clock. That means he just moved instantly thanks to the increment getting time back. Take a look how this game proceeded. His opponent backed up with the knight, and after this move, moved the knight in the wrong direction, and that gave that pawn enough excuse to move down the board. Suddenly that g-pawn was dangerous. The king shifted, and now rook check, and suddenly a rook is on the 7th rank. Look at that, driving the king all the way back. So it's Sam's pieces dominating the action right now. I believe they've made a couple more moves. Let me jump to the current position. This is the current position, and it looks as though he has a slight edge. Should be able to milk this. This bishop is doing yeoman's work on e3, stopping this from becoming a queen, and possibly we might see this knight sacrifice for this pawn if possible, but certainly it's Sam in the driver's seat looking for his 5th victory. Guys?
Wow, big turnaround in that game. I mean, because I thought Sam was just trying to hold the position there for a while, and instead he's turned it around. Looks like time trouble is a factor in that game, as Priya Darshan.
Lindenwood student.
Yeah, Lindenwood student I work with as well. Really fine young man.
Yeah.
Getting his Grandmaster titles as well, working on getting his
Working on it. He has how many norms? 1?
I believe in fact 2.
Oh, okay.
Because he did really, really well in a Chicago Open event.
Ah, okay, great.
Yeah,
Good for
taking
him.
clear first. Ooh.
Yeah.
Very nice. One of Bill Goichberg's many open tournaments that he runs.
So you have some info on this game, and apparently Queen D6 has not been played.
Queen D6 is a novelty.
So instead, the Knight A5 and A6 have both been played a few times, but still not common at all. Just a scheme.
Right. Well, there's something actually to be said for knight on c6 to a5, trying to plant a knight on the c4 square and trying.
C4 is always a great square if we can get it in the Grunfeld.
That's what yes, as a Grunfeld player yourself, you know that very well. But Queen d6 has a different angle, I think. The idea of Queen d6 is you want to keep some flexibility in terms of do you want to attack white center with e7, e5, which is quite common? Oh, pardon me, I want to play queen d6. Or do you want to shift, perhaps, and attack white center with a move f7, f5, and not being worried about any doubling of the pawns? Also, at the same time, it might be black's desire to hunt down a bishop. Let me show one example of what Levon might have in mind. If you castle, we'll go a7, a6, attacking the bishop. If the bishop retreats, first of all, is this pawn on d4 hanging? And if you capture on c6, queen takes c6, this is actually quite okay for black. I like the two Bs, and at the moment all white really has achieved is a classical center, but those pawns are not restricting, with the exception of the b6 knight, I should say, aren't really restricting black's pieces. So I like that for Levon. Now the question is, and this happens very often in these lines, should white take a massive risk and try to clamp down on the center? Let's imagine the move d4, d5. After all, if you've got center pawns, it's always a very strong temptation to try to coax them forward. Let's say a move like knight e5, right? Everything so far so good. Bishop d4, with the idea of playing f4 and e5. The problem, as I see it, is as attractive as such a line might be from white's point of view, c7, c6 throws a monkey wrench in all of white's wonderful schemes, as black is getting nice play here with white's king still in the center.
Plenty of play indeed.
So I think d5 might be premature. Another possibility is e4, e5, just attacking black's queen. But here, we've lost control over the d5 square, if only temporary. What do you reckon here, Jen? You don't want to get your queen trapped. You don't want to lose the lady. Queen here. I'm a pawn grubber. I like grabbing pawns, but not in a situation like this. Our black would get his queen ensnared. So
we probably have to just backtrack. I mean, queen e6 is way too exposed to potential knight f4.
Right.
So I don't like that very much.
I don't like that one either. So the queen would have to, well, either drop back all the way.
Not to mention the fact that we probably, well, I don't know. There's some complicated variations after d5 and queen e5, but still, you don't want to really put your queen on e6 or d7. So it looks like we just have to go back to d8.
Right. So queen back to d8. So now, in a sense, black has lost two tempi. He's moved his queen up the board. He's moved his queen back.
But you've gained this d5 square now.
Right, right. White has given up control over the d5 square. The knight may, this knight may go there, or this knight may come to b4, all to try to control the d5 square. But can it really be worth two tempi? Shouldn't white have something really good? I'm not saying necessarily knockout or anything like that.
Because if you think about f3, it's kind of like a loss of a tempi here, because we don't.
Right, we'd probably like to have that move back.
Yeah,
in fact. Yes.
Yeah, because normally when we play f3, it's because we want the nice e4, f3, d4 center, and maybe even consider castling long. So
Clear.
Here, we want to castle kingside, and f3 is just a liability. So at least a 1.5 tempi there, I think.
Okay, I think that's a fair enough assessment. Let's imagine that white does go whole hog, if you will. Let's imagine that white decides, okay, I'm going to try to kill you. I'll play h4, h5, bishop h6, and hakimati. What do you think about
so you
this?
need to get your queen into d2 as well in order to achieve that.
Definitely.
All right, so let's see what happens if we just play some logical moves here, like knight to d5, which was one of our plans.
Exactly. So we'll agree to a swap.
Although we could have played knight b4 first, as you mentioned earlier.
Right.
That probably would be better, because now we've kind of gained and then lost control over the square so quickly.
Right, because if you have to go back, you're kind of gave me, again, some tempi
Yeah.
to get this thing going on the king side. So let's do that a little bit differently.
Try knight b4. Like,
Okay, knight b4. That looks like a very decent move. Again, my bishop is not any great shakes over here on b5, right? I mean, this looks a little bit
very awkward.
wobbly, yeah. Okay, I'm going to have to play a poor move. Let's try knight e2 to f4. So I'm fighting for the control of d5 for a little bit.
Well, at least now you can retreat your bishop to e2 if we play something like c6 or a6.
Exactly.
Whereas before d3 would have been horrible because
Right.
of e5 hanging and everything.
Right.
Yeah. So now what to do?
Well, here you've got some nice choices. Bishop
Yeah.
f5 is one.
Nice choices.
Exactly. My attack looks a little bit rubbishy.
Well, yeah.
And you could probably do something as direct as c6. I'm not saying driving the bishop back to e2. And, you know, if you trade everything, that kingside attack by white really doesn't look like it's going anywhere in this position. You've got the quick Grunfeld play of rook d8 and c5, which we see in so many of these games.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be too little,
Right.
too late.
So we're looking for a way for Hikaru after this novel idea of queen d6 to come up with some scheme that's going to give him an edge. And by the way, whenever it's the standard that whenever in grandmasters play, especially amongst the elite grandmaster, some player comes up with a novel idea, but you kind of go into the tank and you just really, really try to get the zen of the position and understand what the novelty means in terms of who has an advantage.
And we've seen Nakamura go into the tank previously in this match, so we are not surprised. So in the meantime, Maurice with more on the 13-year-old's spectacular achievement here in St. Louis.
Yes, Jen. Well, I misspoke earlier. Actually, Sam played a different game to get his title. The game I showed earlier was from one of the previous rounds. This one, he just needed a couple of points in order to get the rating. You mentioned that he had the norms. GMs have to get 3 norms to get the GM title. Players have to get 3 norms to get the GM title. But you also have to break the 2,500 barrier. And he was just a whisper below that before this game. He was in a lot of trouble, actually, against Gorovitz, his opponent in this game early, but he fought, struggled, and got back in the game, got to this position, and finished it off with a nice little combination. He played the move rook to d7. As you can see, the black king is in a lot of trouble here, but importantly, the rook is hanging on this square. Of course, you can't let queen takes rook happen, and if you bring your king back to defend, then queen takes rook check happens anyway. King takes queen, and now rook to d8 would have been mate. His opponent avoided this debacle, but fell for another one, rook to e8. Rook takes on f7 check, king takes pawn, hoping to get out of the mess. Sam was having none of it. Bam! He hit him with rook h7 check, and after king takes, queen to c7 check is all she wrote, because your king is, g7 is the problem square. You can throw things in the way. It's only going to prolong the pain. This would have led to mate. Not sure why he doesn't want to listen to me. Okay, there you go. And now it's mate on a stick. So Sam was able to win that game, and that was indeed the finish that gave him the GM title. That's a fitting way to finish off a chess game that makes you into a grandmaster. Guys?
So, you know, that was actually the cool thing that Sam got. Not that he wouldn't have done it anyway, because he might go 5-0, but it was kind of cool that he got 3 whites out of the four first games, right?
Right. That was definitely
because he's also such a great attacking player that it's gonna
have a big effect, a big
Yeah.
impact. And he got off to, well, the best start he could possibly have hoped for. So, and where does his current position stand, by the way? Sam, when Maurice left that game against Priyadarshan just a moment ago, it looks like Sam had suddenly turned the tables and gotten in a situation where he might even dare we say it, go 5-0?
And in fact, it was a draw.
It
So
was a draw. Okay.
the first nick in the 13-year-old's armor, but still a very impressive result and another exciting game.
Well,
In fact, so
yeah.
with a lot of
Barn burner.
energy. Maurice, what's your take?
Yes, that one was fun too. Disappointing for us not seeing him get another victory. But his opponent defended well, quickly liquidating all the challenges here. He took this bishop off the board first, and after rook takes, he got behind this pawn on b3, making sure that didn't queen, and Sam played this move, rook to g4, and after bishop to g1, he played rook to f4, now threatening this check, but the game ended quickly after this capture, check, king here, rook takes, and they just played to rook on rook, basically nothing to do here at all. So the guy can say, hey, I didn't lose to him. But Sam definitely with a 4.5 start, a blistering start to any chess tournament. Guys?
Well, it's also a pretty cool demonstration that the game after he earns his Grandmaster title, he plays to virtually king versus king.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
That's a sign of things to come.
Yeah, trying a maximalist, right?
Yeah.
Trying to win. But I must say, I like Maurice had mentioned, when I got my Grandmaster title, it was actually awarded to me in Malta at the Chess Olympiad, and it was during my game with Ribley that one of the members of the U.S. delegation, Don Schultz, came up to me and said, congratulations, I just came from the qualification committee. There was a big vote. You've earned your Grandmaster title. You are now, may I shake your hand, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. So I shook hands with Don. The problem was I was in the middle of a game with Zoltan Ribley from Hungary. And I was just like floating so happily, so, like because I'd worked so hard to get the Grandmaster title, I forgot a little bit about the game. Long story short, I lost that game, and it was the only game in the Olympiad I lost. So I had a letdown, but it's good to see that Sam did not.
And what about that the story you told the other day about the toast?
Oh, that was absolutely marvelous. That was where I got the Grandmaster norm.
Okay.
This one was where it was conferred upon me. So the one I got the Grandmaster norm at was in Vaikanzee in 1980. Walter Sean Brown and myself had tied for first in that tournament. I got my final Grandmaster norm there. But I had to beat Grandmaster Gudmundur Sigurjonsson somewhere towards the second half of the tournament. And when I won the game, that was enough to secure the points I needed for my title. The organizers stopped the clock in the middle of the tournament game. Victor Korchnoi, Jan Timman, many top grandmasters were in the event, and they had a champagne toast, a champagne cheer to welcome a new colleague into the world of chess from the organizers. It was a memory I'll never forget.
Oh, that's so sweet.
I know. It really was something very special.
Now, of course, we've got another big winner today. We've mentioned before, Magnus Carlsen remains our world champion. What a great representative of the game he is. So we thought the match might be drawn today, or Vishy might come back and we would see around 12, but no. Magnus Carlsen, Berlin Wall, he won, and he actually pointed out after the game that he tends to play the Berlin quite well with both colors. Suits his grinding style. So yeah, great to see him retain his title.
A shout out to Magnus for his stellar victory and for retaining his title. The world's #1 player continues to show that he's a force to be reckoned with. Even as we watched his potential challengers jockey for position, Magnus is not going anywhere. He is still the world chess champion. And again, a shout out, well done, Magnus Carlsen.
And both of those players have done so much for chess, right? Chess is so popular in India. Vishy Anand is an absolute hero.
Yes.
And then, of course, Magnus Carlsen with his, in Norway. It's so popular. It's on TV all the time. Everybody is playing it.
Right.
So, and not just in Norway, but really all across the world.
Yes.
He's inspired a lot of people to take up the game.
Without questions. We're very, very fortunate to have such great world champions representing us.
And what did you think of that final game? I mean, I know that, Anon played quite well and actually
I thought-
had a little bit of an upper hand at some point, perhaps.
Yeah, no, I thought Vichy played a beautiful game, and for that matter, quite a competitive match. So really, congratulations to Vichy for that. And today, he played this stunning move, B6, B5, and he played this exchange sacrifice rook b4. He was feeling the heat of the match. There were only 2 games left, and he knew he was going to have to win one of them. I suspect when he sacrificed the exchange, he liked his position so much, he thought that he wanted to put the match on the line in that particular game, in that particular moment. Had he played rook b3 in the game, I think he would have had an advantage.
He would have had an edge. Whether he would have won, another story.
Probably a likely draw, to be sure, but still, Vichy would have been the one pressing.
And the match would have continued.
And the match would have continued. Vichy would have had one more white.
Right. But overall, your thoughts on the match?
I thought that Magnus had to do what he needed to do, which was simply play true to his style, get the kind of positions where he could make Vichy feel uncomfortable, and he did it quite well. Overall, it was a much better match than the match in Chennai, where Magnus was simply untouchable in that match. Vichy didn't get in any win. So I thought the match was much more competitive, but I also felt that there was a qualitative difference, that Magnus simply played better.
You thought Magnus played better last year.
No, well, in the match here, the match that Magnus just won 3-1.
Anon played better in this one, or both players played better this one?
Sorry, Magnus played better than Anon.
Okay. Gotcha.
Still, Anon played better than he did in the first match, and it was more competitive. But still, 2 great players at their best, and Magnus proved he was the better player.
And what was your favorite game of the match? I really liked the one with that beautiful, quiet rook a3 rover. That was a really nice one.
That was really nice. That was the first win for
first
Magnus.
win by Magnus,
that was really nice. I must admit, I'll need to give it a second thought, but that was good. I like that one too.
Definitely a contender, and so we are really happy that we are actually in the process of getting our new grandmaster, Sam Seirawan, just 13 years old, set up, and doesn't turn 14 until the day after Christmas. So breaking all sorts of records.
Oh wow! I'm so pleased for Sam. Let's put it that way. I mean, when I became a grandmaster, at the time I became a grandmaster, I was 19 years old and 10 months, and at the time I was really proud of my accomplishment, and I think I was the 4th youngest grandmaster in that period. Now I don't even talk about it. I mean, they're breaking Bobby Fischer's record at 15. There's nothing to discuss, and what Sam has done is truly staggering.
And here he is, Sam Seirawan, our new grandmaster.
Yeah.
Well, Jen, we would like to certainly congratulate Sam and his dad for this wonderful accomplishment. It is truly amazing, an historic feat. 13 years old, fresh out of puberty, Sam. You must really be happy. How are your feelings about becoming one of the youngest grandmasters ever and the youngest grandmaster in U.S. history?
Well, of course, I'm happy about it. I'm kind of relieved that it happened, and I'm not going to celebrate it for a long time. I'm just going to, maybe a week, and then I'm going to move on.
That's the right attitude, a champion's attitude. Dad, how are you feeling now that your son, we know it's always a family affair to have a young person who is scaling such amazing heights. What are your feelings seeing your son accomplish this?
I'm pretty proud of him, yeah. I mean, it's an excellent accomplishment, of course, and he's been working really hard, you know. I mean, for years, you know, he's been just, you know, so dedicated to the game, and it's paying off, so.
When did he start beating you?
I think it was 8, 9 when he started, yeah.
How did that feel?
It's okay. Yeah.
Well, Sam, what are your goals now? You've become a grandmaster. You got that behind you. You have any future aspirations?
Well, just Rating, I guess.
Well, rating, what about the World Championship? You know people are going to start talking about that a lot.
No, probably not the time yet.
Probably not the time yet. He's got a good head on his shoulders. Well, Sam, we would like to congratulate you and with a toast, if you will. This is apple cider, folks. Nothing illegal happening here in St. Louis. A toast to the youngest grandmaster in American history, Sam Seirawan. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Sam.
Here, here. Well, guys, he has played some scintillating games, and we look forward to seeing much more of him. Congratulations, Sam, and your dad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys?
Indeed, he's certainly taken the title. It wasn't gifted to him in any way. His play here has been really excellent.
Right,
Excellent.
yeah, he could have just won a few points in this tournament, got like a +1 in another tournament, and got it in like a normal way, but instead just 4-0.
Yeah, that was really impressive. And the games were good. The attacking games were good. But I really like what Sam said at the start of the interview. It was more like it's a sense of relief. Like finally it's over. It doesn't have to weigh on his mind, and he can just put that back and start thinking about new goals. And his new goal should be the U.S. Championship and qualifying and making the U.S. Olympic team. Those goals are very, very key at this moment in his young career.
What does celebrating for just a week mean? Does that mean that he's going to give himself a little time off from weekend games?
Right, something like that.
Eat a little turkey?
Yeah, like just giving yourself a mini holiday.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great time for it with Thanksgiving right around the corner.
Yes,
so.
the timing's perfect.
I don't know. I think he's gonna have relax for like one day, watch a TV show, play a video game, and then he's gonna go right back in. He's gonna say, "Is my holiday over yet?
Right.
I want to look at some chess."
Right. Looking at some chess, Jen, there was a good thing there by Hikaru. After a long period, he finally decided on the move that we decided on about, I'm going to guess 15 odd minutes ago. We thought that White was going to have to try a move like this, a break in the center, e4, e5.
It's a logical punishment if you want to show that Black's move is wrong.
Exactly. That's exactly right. It's the logical way of upending Black's move, punishing him, if you will. But then Levon, by the way, who's been playing very fast, I'm looking at a minute 29:30.
We saw this in another one of his games, right?
Yeah, just yesterday, right?
Yeah.
He was just whipping out those moves in that Catalan that we saw yesterday, and then he came to a full stop. And after Queen D8 again, Hikaru, I think Queen D8, by the way, was forced. We mentioned reasons why we too thought it was forced. And so I thought that Hikaru was going to snap back with his response, but he seems to be thinking.
He did play it. He just played Queen D8.
He did just play Queen D8, but Hikaru...
Oh, you said Hikaru was thinking about his reply to Queen D8.
Because it's a forced move. Since he spent so long on E5, I thought he was going to go E5, Queen D8, follow up, if you will. Instead, we see E5 and another thing. Well, what we talked about is that the loss of 2 tempi for Black has secured him use of the D5 square, and now I didn't know. I mean, okay, probably H4, as I suggested as a possibility, is asking too much from the position. Do you like a different approach, maybe Queen D2 immediately, with the idea of a very near future Bishop H6 to trade this bishop?
My gut feeling is that this is going to be that Black's going to have sufficient counterplay to all this, because suppose I just play the moves that we were looking at before, like knight b4. Or wait, do I have time to play the tactical maneuver, maybe a6, bishop takes c6, knight c4? That's another question.
Bishop takes c6 isn't
You were just going to play bishop d3. Okay.
No. I'll go with bishop c6.
I wanted to see if this was a possibility.
Okay, and now you will capture on e3 or c6.
Well, I actually would like to get rid of the dark squared bishop.
Okay, absolutely. Knight takes e3, queen takes e3. by the way, having eliminated,
And now I have two bishops.
yeah, having eliminated the dark square bishop, it means those attacks based on h4, h5 are rubbish. The dark square bishop is
Right.
a rock.
Exactly. But the question is whether if you can occupy c5, then maybe my weakness on c6 is a little bit more significant than it was in some other variation.
Right. This two knights versus two bishops types of position always comes to one equation. Do the knights have strong outposts? In this case, that outpost on c5 is very strong, and I would give the knights the edge.
All right, well, let's go back and try the more obvious looking just knight b4 immediately, because that still maintains a lot of those ideas, by the way, of playing.
Absolutely, absolutely. Knight b4. I better get rid of that knight. I don't like that knight hanging around too long. a3, you're driving the knight to the square you wanted to go to, I must confess, of course. And then let me go over here with this whole bishop h6 maneuver. Even though I'm trading a bishop that's passively buried, it's a very good guard of black's king, and I want to go with this h4, h5 business and to try to develop an attack. I don't believe this for white, by the way. I think that black is doing... Ooh, Hikaru went for it. He went for the same attacks we're just now discussing.
He played h4 to start, though, didn't he? Not
Yes.
queen d2. So just he went right with it, and
Right.
now we understand why he fought so long when he played e5, because of course he was calculating these variations after h4.
Right. Well, this is... I think that wasn't this actually my first gut reaction?
It was your first gut reaction, indeed,
But
but
I was holding my nose the whole time I was doing this. I'm not really convinced that I'm going to break through, and if I don't break through, I'm going to suffer a counterattack in the center.
I mean, but this is exciting. This is what we want to see.
This
Showdown in St. Louis.
Absolutely, absolutely. Both players all in.
Maybe we'll get 4 decisive games, and these guys will stretch their decisive streak to 9 games.
No
They're
way.
at 7 right now.
It's amazing.
So after h4, we were looking at knight to b4.
Not the only move either, but definitely
A candidate.
without question. I'm thinking actually there's 2 candidates in the position. The first move, knight b4, is very, very sensible for all the reasons we've been pointing out. Black is setting up for a bishop f5 type of move, or a knight swinging to the d5 square. After the move h4, another move to discuss, or at least think about, is maybe the move bishop e6. So the idea is obviously you like to develop your pieces. You're trying to take control of these 2 light squares in the center board, d5 as well as c4. Some variations you want to play knight c4, pardon me. Other variations you want to play bishop c4. Just developing a piece. Those are the 2 candidate moves that I would anticipate Levon is considering most. Anything that weakens the king with f7, f6, that's just pouring gasoline on white's attack. I don't think you want to touch the f-pawn, or for that matter, the e-pawn. So, what would you go for? Knight b4, bishop e6? I don't see a third possibility. The third possibility of knight d5 we discussed a moment ago, that was just losing too much time as white gets to play knight e2 to c3 and advance his pawn. This we didn't like. We both rejected this earlier on.
Well, knight b4 still seems like the most logical to me.
It does. It does. Me too. I like this move, knight b4. Sometimes you're setting up for c7, c5. Very, very important in the Grunfeld to get in that kind of attack against white center. Here, though, another thing that you're really setting up for is bishop f5. Now, let me be stupid, okay? Let me just be what we might call caveman. I'm going to just go h5 and claim I'll checkmate you. I don't believe it, of course, but at least you know what I'm up to. I'm just going all in on the king side.
Okay, so yeah, we did briefly look at this before, and we were saying that like we could play bishop f5 or knight bd5.
Right.
So let's pick one.
Exactly.
Okay, let's pick bishop f5.
Bishop f5. So this is my caveman approach. You're going to love it, Jen. G4.
All right, knight c2 check.
Yeah, go for it. Take my rooks.
Let's do these fun lines. Yeah,
Yeah.
you got the book. Take my
Yeah.
rooks.
I wrote the book.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I take your rook, then that's not very good because you can take my bishop and now my knight is trapped.
Precisely.
So
You don't wanna do
instead,
that.
I actually want to take your strong attacking piece off instead, the bishop on e3.
Fair enough. And since you're attacking my queen with your knight, I'll charge with my king up the middle of the board. Yay. Go, go, go.
Oh, this looks fun.
This is crazy.
So here's the interesting thing. Okay, so you gave a great tempo on my bishop,
For the moment.
but I think it was worth it because I got to take off your monster on e3.
Right.
So I'll just calmly retreat my bishop. But the question is, what do I want to go to d7 or probably just e6?
Okay, bishop e6 looks... that looks good to me. Okay, so my knight on e2, my problem is my knight on e2 is doing nothing to enhance my hope for a brilliant checkmating attack against your king. I'll go knight f4, attacking your bishop.
Right, so you're attacking my bishop, although it's not totally clear that I can't allow you to take it, because even though those pawns will be ugly, then your king position will be even more
I'm not happy with my king
exposed.
position. You don't see me doing this during tournament games, by the way.
Although I still kind of like a move like bishop c4 here.
Bishop c4.
Because now I'm aiming to get my knight on b6 into the game.
True that, true that.
So I
Very
want to
good.
like take on b5 and then play knight c4 check. And
Well, my king is absolutely silly on
yeah, on e3.
On e3.
And without that bishop, I feel like your mate is not imminent enough.
Imminent? How about not even close? Let's take some moves back as I...
Yes, as we do that, let's see what Maurice thinks about these ensuing complications.
Well, of course, it's always great to be the commentators because we get to play around with moves and just make any moves we want. And I get to even do it with the engine here at work, trying out crazy lines. And there are a few crazy lines. I agree with you guys. It's sick stuff on this chessboard. The move knight b4 is prime candidate number 1 for the position. Knight to b4 gets played. And yeah, I did the same thing. I said, let's think about the caveman move. It's not the move that the engine thinks is best. It thinks that a3 is the right move right now. Let's just shut down any demonstrations by this knight. And there are a couple of moves here for black. Now, the wild one is bishop f5, as you mentioned, and captures here, captures back, and now g4. Now, this is a little different maybe from the position I think you had on the board, yes, or maybe it's just right. So g4, and now let's go into the wild and woolly line. Yes, check, and now takes, and bishop back. And now in this position, the move king to f2, just try to be sane about things, preparing something on this side. Now take a look at this line. This is just crazy stuff to look at. c5, breaking open the center, knight e4. And I wondered what would happen in this case. Takes knight to g5, and you see what's coming as? If you make a casual move like knight to d5, suddenly you're getting mated. Bam! Rook sacrifice. And even if your bishop takes, here comes the queen, and that's all she wrote, folks. Queen h7, and if you move the rook over, it's not going to help. You're going to lose your bishop. A nice little finish. I don't think Levon's falling for that one. So these lines are kind of hairy, but knowing Levon, after this first move, knight to b4, he'll probably choose the snoozer line. That is solid, simple, no problems, no complications, and play this very nice move, c7 to c6. If I can just get it up on the board. Sorry, this is after h5. Yes, so c7 to c6. And now white has a little bit of a problem. This one very accurate move because of domination on that bishop creates problems for white. If white goes to a4, then suddenly the second knight leaps into the position and you've got havoc. This is not what you wanted at all when you started this h4, h5 idea. But if you go back to the other square, d3, well, now there's some tactics here. Knight takes on d3, queen takes, and oops, could I borrow that for a second? Now, is this dangerous? Is it sharp? The computer is saying there is some potential compensation for white, but a pawn is a pawn in this position, and black will be able to bring a knight to d5, plus he has a bishop coming to f5, so good chances for black to keep the edge here. I think you'll probably see this be more the direction that Levon goes into because the other lines are just too wild and woolly. So my bet is knight b4 appearing on the board soon with the threat of c6 in the position. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Not just soon, but immediately. Knight b4 was Levon's move, and I love the hairy variations, and I enjoy going over human games, let's say, because that's very human instincts to go for these kinds of attacks. But it's always a bummer feeding them into the chess engines, because the chess engines could go swat, 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 you know, all kinds of defenses that the players have missed. But knight b4, and in a sense, in a greater sense, you could say what Maurice just did, that c7, c6 is a threat because the light square bishop of white is dominated. I'm a little bit surprised that the engines thought that a3 is best because that would just force the knight to go to d5. You mentioned that you felt that the dark square bishop was a monster bishop for white. I don't think Hikaru would be very happy to see his dark square bishop go. In other words, I don't think he's just ready to acquiesce to its swap with a move like queen d2. He'd probably play something like bishop g5, hoping to induce some types of weakness on the king side. But again, this move h4 is beginning to look a little bit like has he taken too great a gamble at this moment? What's your Well, you as a Grunfeld player, you must probably be delighted when your opponents went caveman on you and went h4, h5.
Yeah, I do feel that Levon is going to be well prepared for this attack.
Okay.
And so perhaps we'll see the tables turn. And, you know, so far we do have 2 white victories in this match. So.
Yeah, isn't that kind of ironic
Right.
on
So
the positions?
not to mention that there were 5 black victories in their 960 match. And
Right.
now,
Played here in St. Louis after the Sinquefield Cup.
and I like this choice by Levon. It's certainly fun for us because, you know, even though the other games ended up being interesting, they weren't so interesting in the opening.
Right.
So this one might. No, I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say that it's going to be the opposite and it's going to be really exciting in the beginning and last in the end. But you actually do sometimes find that the ones that start less exciting become more, and that sometimes the crazy Grunfelds and Sicilians actually peter out.
Right. I always love the slow build-up games where the dynamic battles are put off later in the game, as opposed to those openings where you do see a lot of pieces being swapped for, unfortunately, like the Berlin defense. Right. The battles come at the end of the game. By the way, knight e2, f4. Gosh, way back when, I really have the feeling that we had looked precisely at this move, knight e2, f4. First of all, just to give the light square bishop a retreat. Second of all, to battle for the control over the d5 square. I already forgot. Did we like knight d5 right away, or were we throwing in c7, c6?
I think we were throwing in c6 when we looked at it. But
And one of these knights coming here. And I think I kind of just stopped at a certain point.
yeah,
and
after
said,
knight takes, queen takes, we thought that if
Black should be
that if-
happy with the outcome of the opening.
or we just thought that if white tried a caveman attack here, that it would come up short due to the pressure on d4. But we didn't actually check. We just kind of like, yeah, should be cool. So, which we don't do when we're actually playing a game.
Yeah, right.
So after
We
takes on,
sweat the small stuff as well, right?
so suppose white takes on g6 now.
Right, HG. See, now it's kind of hard for white to play the move bishop h6, trying to exchange dark squared bishops. First of all, because the bishop can move. There's no rook on f8 that's pinned. Secondly, when you get the construction with the rook on d8 and the queen on d5, the pressure on the d4 pawn means that anytime it swings itself to the king side, we're risking the loss of the pawn.
That's right. So after queen to d2, for instance.
You're right. Queen d2.
Black could contemplate an immediate z5, just breaking
Absolutely.
the whole system open.
Absolutely. First of all, I absolutely like c5. There's absolutely no question that c5 is a decent move. I also like, as probably, again, Grunfeld players do, developing move, bishop e6, and just asking white, Are you really intending to play bishop h6?
You can't play bishop h6 because you can
Lose the
simply
d5.
play queen takes d4 because unfortunately after bishop takes g7 there's a sweet little in between move
Called check. So that would be a dreadful line. So let's go back to the position at hand. Knight on e2 to f4 has been played. We're anticipating c7, c6, just driving this bishop back to e2. I'm not 100% sure we even have to do that. How about just knight d5? Which knight? Which knight? Let's say this knight. Knight d5 right away. The small difference here is in case white decides, okay, let's trade all the knights off the board. Well, after all the knights do get traded off the board, black picks up a sweet little tempo against the bishop on b5.
Right. So there must be something here that's a little bit better for white to throw in.
Exactly.
So I'm wondering what that is. Maybe ignoring. Obviously, we can't completely ignore because our bishop on e3 is hanging.
Right. We're attacking. In fact, the move knight d5 attacks 3 minor pieces in the position. Don't ignore all of them.
Right.
Something is needed.
So, but suppose we take once, and then
The f4 knight doesn't make a particularly great impression, so let's use it as our first capture.
yeah. So maybe in this position we move the bishop on e3 and allow knight takes c3.
And that, again, that is just, well, either c7, c5 around these parts, or knight takes c3, and it just strikes me as black's getting a pretty, or has achieved a harmonious, a good Grunfeld. I'm struggling to find an edge for Hikaru. Maybe I'm going to have to ask the oracle and the man who knows himself.
Yeah.
Maurice, help us out. We're struggling to find a white advantage.
You know, I love seeing somebody play h4, right? It's like, yeah, get him. And then all of a sudden, the guy plays a couple of moves, and the knights are coming from the board. And without knights, attacks are very tricky. You better have clear open lines. You better have specific points, because if you don't, your attack is not going to work. The knights give life to the position, gives imbalance to the position. And here it looks like the knights are leaving the board. And so it turns out, yeah, as simple moves, c6 is a good one, for example, in this position. And if bishop back to e2, then boring chess is about to happen. Black has no worries in this position. Computer saying, you're not attacking me. None of these attacks will work. The king is always insecure. So bottom line here, I don't even have anything to chew on creatively. What do you do? It's black with a very solid position, and it looks as though Nakamura has gone into a line that doesn't promise anything, and that h-pawn looks like a pinky sticking out. You know, could I put it back so it doesn't snap off? Does not look like white has much here, and I think Levon is going to be quite pleased with the results of this opening.
Thank
Indeed.
you.
So sometimes
Validation.
for the
Jen.
Grunfeld. That's right. Go Grunfeld. So one exciting thing that we have going on here, besides youngest grandmasters in history, Sinkfield Cups, all this kind of stuff, is we've got the World Chess Hall of Fame, and there's always great events going on there. And one current show that we have going on there is the Bobby Fischer Show, who we've been mentioning many times this broadcast because of the record that Seirawan made, which broke Bobby Fischer's record among many others for becoming the youngest ever American Grandmaster.
Yes.
And in fact, there are so many beautiful photos of Bobby Fischer by the photojournalist Harry Benson, who also photographed all the U.S. presidents that he was alive concurrently with, and the Beatles, just absolutely amazing photographer. And back at the Sinkfield Cup, we had Terence Schaefer interview Harry Benson about Bobby Fischer and some of his experiences with him in the Iceland World Championship match. So let's check that out.
All right, I am here with Mr. Harry Benson, photographer extraordinaire. You have photographed the Beatles, presidents, and also Bobby Fischer. What made him so unique?
Because he was the greatest in the world. And he took on the world alone. Nobody helped him. And I've never met a personality like him. I never will in my life.
How would
And
you...
we were friends. Okay?
Yes, I mean, tell us about that. He was a very private person, and he allowed you into his world to photograph him.
He let me into his world because of one thing. I'm very charming, actually. No, but for one thing was I knew nothing about chess. And anybody that spoke chess to him, Bobby thought was a moron. He did. He did, really. And so not only did I know nothing about chess, I hadn't a clue.
Yeah.
You know.
But he respected you as a friend.
Well, he knew that I photographed other things. You know, like the Beatles, like Richard Nixon, like Joe Namath of the Jets. Bobby was a bit of a jock, was a bit of a, what would I say, he loved sport, loved boxing, he liked to hear about Muhammad Ali, loved the stories because I covered Ali in a lot of his fights. And so that's what we talked about. You know, I knew I wasn't getting anywhere near chess. God, no.
Just two friends hanging out, enjoying each other's company.
Yes, walking around in the fields of Iceland. I remember one night, in fact, it was right at the beginning of the tournament. Bobby played badly, and they thought, no, you know, not really badly. And he got beaten. And we were walking in Iceland and we were just talking away, and he just stopped. He said, you know, Harry, tomorrow I'm going to crush him. Crush him. That was Spassky. And that's what he did. He crushed him.
What an amazing story. And I'm sure you have wonderful stories behind these photographs. Any of these really stick out in your memory?
Well, this was in Argentina. And see, he had a chess board with him all the time. You see, this was a little pocket thing he would bring out. That was when he made the terrible error with Spassky in the first game. Then he told me he was going to crush him, you know. Out like at 3 in the morning with the Iceland.
That is very neat. Do these two photographs over here stick out to you?
Well, this is probably when he won. He was triumphant. He won. He won. And he was still going through, you know, the games that he lost where he shouldn't have lost, you know. But I wanted to do a portrait like that because he's a scary guy. You know, he really is. You know he's going to crush somebody, you know. And I don't want it to be me or you. You know, he was aware of this.
It very much sums up his personality and his career.
Yes, that's right. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
And he wanted to be taken like an athlete, like an Ali, like a Joe Namath, like a great sportsman, because he considered it a sport.
Of course.
Yes, you know, it wasn't fun sitting down there. And that's why he kept himself physically fit, because it's very, very tiring.
Yes.
That's what, you know, that's what he would tell me about it. He said it's like running miles and miles, you know.
Wow, what a phenomenal interview by Terrence Schaefer there of Harry Benson. I just absolutely love it.
Yeah, I thought he was a fantastic character, meeting him, and you know he's just going to be a storyteller, right? I mean, he just been around the world, met everybody. I mean, just a fantastic personality.
So the news in our game is that Nakamura has acquiesced to the trade of his dark squared bishop, which means the chances of a mating attack go way down.
Exactly. Well, when we left it as sports. We were debating whether or not black needed to play them, or needed or should play the move c7, c6. It's a fair debate. I actually liked the move c6, but as it turned out, Levon opted for the immediate knight d5. We did see that trade. We didn't know which one to get rid of, but it seemed like the knight on f4 was the least useful of White's two knights. We have seen this trade, and now a big decision for Hikaru. When he launched this h-pawn forward with h4, he definitely anticipated some kind of kingside attack utilizing his dark square bishop. He has played the queen to d2 move, which means that after black eliminates this bishop, it's going to be very hard to get at black's king because there's no bishop h6 move to eliminate this dark square bishop. So the attack, White's kingside attack, I mean to say, isn't going anywhere. Also, just quickly note, well, you don't really have to capture the bishop right away either. It's not like bishop h6 at this exact moment is a threat. I think that Black, could even take a timeout for a bishop e6 move. Personally, I just snap this bishop off, take it, and put my bishop on e6. Now Black has developed his light squared bishop, added a little reinforcements to his king. He's very, very well prepared in the near future for a c7, c5 move, blowing up the center. And I basically would prefer to play black in this exact position. So advantage to Levon from the opening battle.
True. I agree, although I think that if the black bishop on g7 doesn't get terribly into the fray, then White should be able to hold the balance.
Oh,
like
yeah,
if you can't actually crack open the e5 d4 complex, or if I can replace d4 with f4 at some moment, I think that White would also be okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about winning the next 10, 15, 20 moves. I'm just saying if I had a choice, like somebody put a gun to me and said, you have to make a decision, which side would you rather play? I would say at this exact moment, I like black. I like black's position very much, in fact. By the way, one of the interesting things, phenomenon about this match, I don't know if you picked up on it, Jen, yourself, is that in the first two games, when the players went into long things, I'm talking about the plus 10, plus 15 minute variety, they invariably played the wrong decision.
Right.
They made
Long think, wrong think.
Long think, wrong think. And it was interesting that after this whole e5, h4, that was the long think by Hikaru. And his reward, I'm going to say, is slightly inferior position. Long think, wrong think, 3 times in a row.
Wow, yeah, indeed. Actually, one of the players in the IM Norm Invitational, Kostya Kovutsky, recently he earned his first IM Norm, and he wrote about it in Chess Life Online, and at the Spice Cup he won it. And he wrote about long think, wrong think, and now he was partly inspired by watching the Sinkfield Cup and seeing one of the players think for a really long time and make a bad move. And he's like, well, if those guys can think for so long and still make a bad move, then maybe there is really something to this.
Right, right. That you get caught up in your own machinations, your own complications, when you don't, sometimes simple is good.
That's right. And we do have Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with one of the big news stories of the day. Okay, the
World
big news story.
Championship, yes.
Magnus Carlsen has retained the World Chess Championship. We saw him here in St. Louis 2 months ago. What a guy. What did you think of this final game, Maurice?
Well, the final game of a World Championship, I mean, all is on the line. Everything's on the line in that last game. And Anand acquitted himself much better than he did last year. He admitted afterwards that his nerves got the better of him. But in this game, there was certainly some excitement, especially spectacular. Berlin defense, you know, everybody was groaning, oh no, not another Berlin, it's going to be boring. And in this position, he played the move B5. And sacrificing a pawn, and it looks like the pawn can be taken 2 ways. Well, Magnus, if he had taken with that pawn and pawn to a4, and if you take that, then rook takes, and suddenly this rook is active and it's attacking this pawn on c4, and the legs are being kicked out for from under white's position. So instead of that, he could have also captured the other way with this pawn, but then this great move, c6, attacking the knight. Look at that bishop going all the way through to the pawn on b3. So after this capture, king takes back, and again, the same problem. This knight's getting kicked out of the position. The b pawn is hanging, and black is thrilled. Magnus in this position, that was his luck. Like, whoa, I missed that move. Big time move in the position to miss, and he was not happy. He had to comport himself properly just to stay in the game. It turns out there's a reason why this kid is a champion, the world champion, because from here he played very solidly. He played the move bishop to c3, saw a couple of trades after king to c6, the move king to f3, a bold move bringing the king to the center of the board. And here is where Anand slipped up. Rook to b8, everything's still fine. King to e4 in the center. And Anand played a move he will regret for some time. He played rook to b4. Did not have to sacrifice here. Could have played rook to b3 and everything was just fine, having that b file to himself. He played this move, and afterwards Magnus said, I'm a guy who likes material. So when I saw the move, my eyes lit up. And of course he took it. Now here again, Anand could have taken with the a pawn to open the file for his rook. Instead he played c takes b4. That one he will also regret, because now Magnus went into overdrive with a nice plan. Knight to h4. He said this bishop was bothering him a lot, so he went straight after it, f4. And now after g takes f4, knight takes. Again, this bishop may have dropped back. Instead of what he did, he traded on f4 and took this pawn. And all of a sudden, here came the world champion's pieces. Rook down, and after rook to a6, any try was going to fail here. But now knight d5, rook c6, bam, give me a pawn. And after bishop to c5, give me another pawn. Oh no, if now king takes, the rook goes on the c file, hits both bishops. So he tried bravely king c6, but Magnus had it all worked out, sacrificing a pawn back to get to this endgame. That e pawn is very fast, and after king to d3, dealing with these pawns on this side, bishop back to e7, and now h4, nice sacrifice, don't you dare take it, because my pawn's becoming a queen, and then a4, g5, another nice move, and after takes on a3, then just a simple king c3. And there's no way to deal with these two pawns. This king has these pawns under control. So in this position, with pure accuracy, Magnus Carlsen retains his title as the champion of the world, winning the match 6.5 to 4.5. No need to play the 12th game. He remains at the top of world chess. Many people predicted that he would, but certainly Viswanathan Anand gave it a courageous fight this time around. We will see more of him. He was asked after the game in the press conference, would he quit chess? He said, no. So he'll be back. But indeed, Magnus is still the king of chess. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Bravo, Magnus.
Yes, wonderful to see. And number 2 in the world rankings, Fabiano Caruana, who solidified that spot at the Sinfield Cup,
Right.
where we also saw Magnus Carlsen. And in a great moment showcasing Magnus's sense of humor, when asked at the press conference if he could use one word to describe Caruana's performance, other players were like remarkable, outstanding, and
Stupendous.
Carlsen, depressing.
It brought the house down. One
Exactly.
of the great press conference reactions. Depressing.
Oh yes, that was very funny. So perhaps we'll see more battles between those two in the future. And we've got a move from Levon Aronian.
Exactly.
So after queen to e3, he played bishop e6.
In fact, he did play bishop e6 right away. I just briefly mentioned that capturing, I would have snapped off the bishop and played bishop e6. For the moment, maybe there was some nice little nuances why Levon wanted to retain options of knight c3, what have you. In fact, he did play bishop e6 immediately, and
Right.
very, very satisfied.
Any way for white to keep that bishop alive now? Or to try to play bishop h6, for instance, in this
Yes,
position?
bishop h6 is certainly what white wants to do type of thing. The question is that attack really significant or not? In other words, are you breaking through on on the king side. If you're not, let's say we do
Well,
the Grunfeld business, knight
Right,
takes
you
c3.
could play knight c3. There are also going to be some tactical issues after knight b4 in some positions, right?
Right, not to allow an attacker to come into the game, knight e4, but, pardon me, bishop h6,
So knight takes c3,
c3.
pawn
Let's say
takes.
b takes c3.
Well, otherwise the bishop hangs, but you were saying bishop takes g7 maybe, yeah.
Yeah, you could toss that in. But the idea of this, we see these defensive type of moves, f7, f6 a lot. The entire idea from black's perspective is that if white tries the move h5 to open up the king side, thanks to the pawn being on f6, black has the opportunity to lock down the king side with the move g6, g5. So I think after f6, there's no forcing breakthroughs anymore on the king side, and at a certain moment, white's going to say, "What am I going to do with my king?"
Yeah.
I mean, what is my king actually doing on e1? If he goes castles, as Maurice said, well, that h4 pawn sticks out like a little
definitely. And castle
little
and
finger.
queenside.
Not
Don't
to
wanna
be
do it.
recommended. You know.
Don't want to do that in this position. So
Right.
I think the real deal here is that black's position, it's not like he has a big edge, but black's position is way easier to play than white's position.
Exactly.
White has to come up with these perfect moves, probably putting the king on f2 at some moment, which
Right.
have to be carefully calculated, and that could get into some time pressure, although, to be fair, they're about even at the moment.
Right.
And
It's incumbent upon white to be the creative player. Black doesn't have to do anything. He's actually got a solid, good position.
Yeah.
So white may have to be a little creative. I'm thinking that Hikaru may want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. I'm looking at the moment on the move knight on c3 to e4 in this exact, in this exact position. Just trying to keep the flames, his hopes alive of a kingside attack. If all the pieces get traded too quickly, there's no kingside attack. So knight e4, I still like black's position like I've been saying all along, but I see knight e4 as that need to be creative.
And a quick thought from Maurice.
Well, this position is getting hear 'em, scare 'em. Of course, you know when your opening advantage may be dissipating rapidly and you think this game might turn around, players start to panic a little bit. And in his case, Nakamura certainly has to be careful, Yaz, because if he doesn't do this right, he could fall for some tactics. Now, Nakamura is sharp as ever, so he doesn't miss much. But take a look at this situation. To e4, he runs into a strange tactic. Knight takes e3, queen takes e3, and the move c5 out of nowhere. That pawn looks like it's hanging, but hold on. Queen a5 check is forking the bishop and the king. So this would pick off a piece. That move is not something he wants to see happen. So he can't be too casual with this move, knight e4, queen takes c3, because c5 is actually just much, much better for black. This move would be devastating for Nakamura to see. Now, in this position, there's some crazy lines. Bishop to h6 is possible here. f6, if you think about this position after h5, or maybe bishop takes g7 first before h5, let's just instead do it this way, then king takes, and now h5. Look at this position, h6 check, king in the corner, and castles, and ask yourself, whose king is better? Now, this pawn, it looks like it might die. If this queen could ever shift and get over here, this pawn might go down. But there are some central issues as well. A rook's going to land on e1 really fast, and there's some pressure. So this is actually quite a bit of chaos here. The engines think that, it's nothing, it's maybe a small edge for white, no big deal. But this is not something that you see every day. They don't wake up and say, let's play this chess position. So this is right now a critical moment, I think, in the next few moves. What happens, probably the next 5 moves, Nakamura is studying the situation very carefully, trying to justify that H-pawn push. Look at him looking over in that sector of the board. He has to justify it. He couldn't have just thrown it up there so many moves ago. It feels like a long time ago now. H4 was played, even though it was just a few moves ago. But he's got to somehow prove that it's not just smoke. Like, he's got to prove it's got some meaning. So we will see what he does in the next few moves. I think the next few moves will have a critical bearing on the result of this game. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Definitively show who stands better and why in the next few moves.
All right, well, we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more from this exciting Grunfeld. And while we're on break, you guys keep looking at chess. We've got a puzzle from Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, and we'll be back in a few. Hello and welcome back to the Showdown in St. Louis. This is a shot of Hikaru Nakamura right now. It looks like he's totally frozen. He's frozen in chess thought. Like, I literally thought that was a still. Unbelievable. That's chess for you.
Well, he was statuesque, no question.
Indeed, and this position is actually getting really interesting. One of the variations that we looked at before the break showed up on the board. But before we get to all that, let's look at one of Nakamura's dazzling attacking victories.
Well, as we know, Nakamura is one of the most electrifying chess players of our generation, and he got that way by playing some just truly beautiful games. This finish against Gennady Segalchik from over 10 years ago in 2003, when he was still a teenager, just will go down in his annals as his best games of all time. In this finish, it was Black's turn to move, and I'm sure you guys found this brilliant move, and if you didn't, you're forgiven. He played the move Rook to G1, check. The king, there's nothing to block with without losing significant material, so the king moved to A2, and with Black to move the beautiful shot, queen captures on A3. The queen can be taken two ways. Whichever way you choose, you will be mated by Rook A1. If you take with the pawn, then Rook to A1 is mate. And if you take with the king, then the same fate befalls Black. A really fine finish. So Aronian has seen enough of these in Hikaru's game. So he knows he doesn't want to be attacked too much by this guy. He wants to play those boring, quiet positions. But guess what? They have an attacking position on the board right now, so Hikaru must be licking his chops, hoping that he can find some pressure as his queen sniffs around Black's king. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice.
Indeed, let's take a look and see how Hikaru is faring in that game.
Right. Well, when we have left it, the move by Levon was bishop e6. I thought that Levon was simply going to capture this bishop and to stop any attacks against his king. He chose the move bishop e6. Hikaru said, look, my only logical follow-up to the move h2, h4 is to try to eliminate bishops. In a bit of a surprising move, Levon traded on h6, queen takes h6, inviting the queen over on the king side. And as we say, be very careful of who you invite to dinner. You may be the dinner. Queen on h6. Clearly, what white intends is to play h4, h5, capture the pawn on g6, and thanks to the rook on h1, have a checkmating attack along the h-file. Levon was forced to play the move f6, hoping his opponent would error with the move h5.
Oh, are you saying that if we interpolated knight c3, h5 is too fast?
I'm not saying that, but
that might be true, right?
Yes, it could very well be true that after...
Because normally your instinct is that you want to trade pieces when your opponent's attacking you.
Right.
But here, perhaps the in-between move h5, that looks...
It's scary, to be
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, you would have to play bishop f5 or something.
Right.
And then after takes on c3, we're in the same position, but you've made a less desirable move that's in the way.
Well, the fact that you've managed to get your pawn to h5 is a very significant achievement for white.
Exactly. So that's why actually in this position, f6 was the required move order.
Right. And so after f6, so what Levon is really hoping is that Hikaru will error with the move h5. Then after g5, the queen is actually, strangely enough, simply trapped over on Black's king side.
Well, we can't attack it, though.
That is true. Well,
not now.
Yes.
It's going to be hard.
But just the fact that so much firepower is kind of trapped on the edge of the board like that will allow Black to shift over on the queen side and try to open up lines over there.
So if Black wanted to interpolate knight takes c3, he would have had to do it before bishop e6. So
going back to
here
this,
he could have interpolated knight takes c3 and then bishop e6. But once he plays bishop e6, bishop h6, he had to go for this line instead.
Agreed. So bishop e6, bishop h6, trade, f7, f6, and I do believe White's bishop on b5 is kind of making a woeful impression. It's not doing much over here on the square anymore. And so Hikaru made a very sensible choice. He dropped back with his bishop on c4, vis-a-vis black's king, trying to somewhat embarrass black's pieces a bit. And again, keeping this move h for h5 in reserve. Now, the crazy lines here, I'm thinking, might revolve around this very double-edged decision. Maybe it's too sharp. Maybe I'm asking too much of black's position. But let's take a look at the move c7, c5 just for a moment. That's probably wrong, but I'm trying to blow up the board only because I'm attracted to the fact that there's a king still stuck on the center.
Oh, I sympathize.
Yes, yes. I suppose you simply can take on
I
c5.
think I can take, yeah.
And you can get away with it. And there's not too much I can...
And now I'm ready to play rook d1 is the thing.
Right. Well, I had hoped that I would be able to follow up with a move like queen a5, pinning this knight on c3. My arrows are to the king on e1.
But I guess I could just castle or something here. Or not castle, sorry, castle queenside.
Castle's queenside. Wow, super double edge now. Castle's queen. But unfortunately, again, black's pieces are a bit embarrassed on this d5, on the d file.
I mean, do you have a potential perp here after? No, I don't.
A perpetual after.
Well, I was thinking like after knight c3.
Ooh.
Bishop takes e6 check.
I didn't want to
King
allow
h8.
this type of. My primal fears are rearing their ugly heads here.
Oh, okay, yeah, so we can retreat. So you don't have a perp here because after takes on c3,
Yes.
queen takes c3, king b1, a queen b4 check can easily be met by bishop b3, and white's just up a piece and wins the game.
Exactly, I blocked
So,
the check.
honestly, I'm liking this a bit more for white than I did before, and I kind of wonder about, on that critical move, instead of bishop e6, maybe playing knight. I really do like your gut idea of knight c3, then bishop e6, because
Right,
like, it's just trading.
Eliminate that
Yeah.
offending bishop,
Or-
dark square bishop.
Or yeah, and then basically.
It's a solid position for black. The black plays without risk, let's put it that way.
Or even after bishop e6, like suppose after bishop e6, bishop h6. Well, I guess it's the same, right? Well, what about knight takes c3 here? Is the bishop takes g7 a problem? Or do you think he's just going to take back on c3?
I think he would recapture with the pawn on c3.
But then I kind of like this line better after takes on h6 and f6.
That is
So you
definitely
trade
sensible.
off one piece. And now I have
Because, again, this bishop is still a little bit... And now if you play the move f7, f6, what you like. I think there's one issue here you have to be a little bit careful for, Jen, is that there's sometimes this annoying idea by white to sacrifice his bishop against the g6 pawn. And usually white will have at least a perpetual check, and perhaps even more.
Well, it's funny that you say that because earlier today I was walking around the Grandmaster Invitational and I saw somebody sacrifice something on G6. In fact, that's our local Grandmaster, one of many local Grandmasters now with all the Webster kids.
Which one?
But Ben Feingold, one of the most popular Grandmasters here in St. Louis, he does a lot of residencies here and is a big contributor to the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah.
He, I actually don't know how that game went because we started our broadcast. Okay, so the sacrifice only netted him a draw, but he's with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley to talk about how the Norm Invitational is going, and I'm sure he has plenty of thoughts on the Showdown and Sevion's historic accomplishment.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Jen. We are with Grandmaster Ben Feingold. Ben, you have been hard at work today, and now we're giving you double duty. You're playing chess, you're being interviewed, commentating. Normally you're commentating with us.
I know, and not only that, one of the most popular. Wow, what did I do? Man, never in all my years.
We love you, Ben. We love you,
My
absolutely.
game went about 80 moves longer than suspected today. So, yeah.
Well, you are playing in the tournament now. You have 3 out of 5, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
But you've got to be impressed by the youngster, Sam Sevion. He's playing some absolutely scintillating chess.
Yeah, not only was he 4-0, but he was, I mean, those games could go either way, and he was trying to outcalculate his opponents, and in mutual time trouble, he was just playing better than his opponents. But yeah, he's really trying hard to get the title, and he got it.
Well, you know, like us, you know, he got it when he was young, like me. Like me and you.
Yeah, like we did. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I got it at 33. When did you get it?
40.
Okay, wow. Okay, so I don't
you
feel
were-
so
so you-
bad.
so you were young.
I was a spring chicken compared to that.
Exactly, yeah.
But he's just been absolutely amazing. I mean, what do you think his potential is?
Yeah, I mean, he was always, you know, like big potential, and we knew he'd be a grandmaster soon. And yeah, sometimes Gary has like some chess camps in the U.S. and they have the top young players show up, and most of the kids are sort of quiet because I think they're a little, you know, like when Gary's there, they're like sort of quiet, but not Sam. Sam's like, oh, wait a minute, this variation one after another. So he seems like the standout when they have these camps.
Incredible.
And yeah, so he's been well known to be really good talent for a long time and got the grandmaster title, and there's more to come.
More to come, I believe that for sure. He seems very focused on his chess. Now, we have the showdown in St. Louis going on while you guys are playing. A couple of decent grandmasters at work here.
Reasonable.
What is your opinion so far? Let's just start with the first two games of the match.
Yeah, it seemed like the way to win was to get a slight disadvantage and then outplay your opponent from a worse position. Seems like that's the way to do it. So I guess that's good for Levon because it seems like he's slightly worse here. So I guess that bodes well. But White's won every game so far. So yeah, this game's really interesting. The others were also, they're all about 5 hours long, and they're getting their money's worth. And
They're
Yeah,
really they're fighters through and
Yeah.
through, right? You can feel that. But this position seems weird. It looks like Levon has allowed the White to get into H6. You think the attacking chances are promising for Hikaru?
yeah, I'd rather have White. And I think the players realize White's better here, and Black's trying to defend. But I
Are
don't
you surprised by the opening choice by Levon?
Yeah, actually, Hikaru doesn't do well against the Grunfeld, so maybe that's why he did that. And I don't think Hikaru's played this variation before. Maybe he has, but I actually worked with Hikaru in a tournament in Moscow in 2011, and he lost with White in 2 Grunfelds. So maybe Levon knew that and tried to get him out of his preparation and something he doesn't like. But
He certainly likes to attack, and that queen on
No,
H6
this-
and pawn on H4.
Yeah, this seems like he got a good opening, got a good position, and maybe Levon didn't play the absolute best way. So the players are on their own. So it's a toss-up. But yeah, maybe there won't be any draws this match.
We would definitely love that.
Yeah.
Now, going back to Sam, I believe you play him next round.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on that? You know he's going to be gunning for you.
Yeah, no, I have Black against Sam, and I have a good record against him so far. But I beat him when he was 3 or 4. Now that he's 13, now I'm in trouble. So you have to beat him while they're young, but he's seasoned now. But yeah, that's gonna be a long, tough game.
Well, we're looking forward to that. Before we let you go, what are your thoughts on the World Championship? Magnus retaining the title. Did you expect it?
Most people don't agree with me. No, I thought Anand would win the match. I still think Anand played better in this match, but he made too many blunders. I mean, like H5 in game 2, which was ridiculous. He's probably lost there, but that was terrible. And then today, Rook B4 was, I don't even understand. I thought maybe like he let go of the Rook by accident. Should have gone to B3. But I thought Anand played really well, much better than the last match. And maybe Carlsen was a little flat, but I mean, it seems like Anand just occasionally makes the one-move blunder or messes things up. But great preparation by Anand, especially the game that he won. And today, great preparation. So I think it was a really good, interesting match, much more interesting than the last match. And the third match will be even better.
You think there's going to be a third match, or do you think? What about the youngsters, Fabiano, Caruana, those guys?
Those guys are no good. Anand's the guy who's going to challenge. I'm sure Yasser and Jen agree too.
Well, we got a big Anand fan here. We'll always have a few opinions. That's why we like having you, Ben. Thanks for being on the show, and
Sure,
good
Maurice.
luck against Sam.
Thanks.
Watch out for the Twinkies. You know, he's a little kid. You never know what could happen. All right, back to you guys, Jen and Yas.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Ben. Wow. So the only thing I don't like about Anand is he hasn't been to St. Louis yet. He hasn't been to play anything at the club yet.
Yeah,
Now, to be
he'll
fair-
make it. He'll make it
yes.
for sure.
The Sinkfield Cup has been scheduled in both years of its existence right before his World Championship matches against Magnus.
When he was in training.
Right. And Magnus thought it was like, oh, well, cool, I can get in some big, great practice. But I guess Anand's strategy is probably a lot different. Of course, a different kind of match strategy, different age. I think that really explains the different approach there.
Exactly, but without question, Vichy is going to come and play in one of the Sinkfield Cups because such a great champion, 5-time world champion, let's not forget, and it will be wonderful to have him here.
Yeah, indeed.
But in the showdown in St. Louis, after this move, Bishop C4, Levon has gone into a tank. And essentially what Levon is concerned about is that his knight on d5, his bishop on e6 are a little bit awkward. If I can just point out one idea that must be concerning for black. There is this, I'm going to make a poor move, okay? Just a bad move, just so I can show you this idea.
Oh my God,
A6.
what a fish.
Knight, yes. Knight comes here to the e4 square, and if you do something, again, just a poor idea, dropping back with the bishop, there is this knight g5, and suddenly, again, that attack down the
so why
h
did you
file.
use that bishop to f7 to stop me from playing rook f7?
Exactly. Okay. So this was there's a lurking idea of a piece sacrifice.
I like those
position.
self-mates, though.
Right. Those are a self-mate. So that exists in the position.
But there is a little bit of poison here, is your point.
Yes. So
because that knight coming to e4, in addition to the potential of coming to g5 and some tactical variations, can also just choose the more prosaic c5, which will cause a real big problem for black.
right.
So I think black's going to need to protect that square at some moment.
Right. I'm thinking that black should endeavor to quickly solve this construction of his bishop on e6 as well as
Just
the
to
knight.
put it with knight c7.
Yeah, to play c6 and knight c7. Now, again, white is going to have to decide where he wants to move his king. A moment ago, we tried castles, but this was against a c5 break. Okay.
Yeah, and it was because I really wanted to just like quickly win because of the d file.
You just wanted to quickly win. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. And here, what I'm thinking is that, okay, there is this, well, we looked at these knight c3, bishop e6 ideas, something I'm not thrilled about if I was black, by the way. Queen d7, or the whole purpose of the move c6, by the way, was, again, just to resolve this tension that exists between the two bishops. If black can get white to trade, well, first of all, that ends this whole knight g5 business. There's no more knight g5
The
business.
only thing is whether you have to check d5, but the gut feeling is that it's not going to be enough.
Not when white's king is over here
No, because
on
that'll
c1.
That's why my initial thought would be that after, because white needs pieces to attack. So
Clear.
if I castle queenside and you play knight c7, I'm going to look at bishop d3.
So let's try that again. So we have the move castles, knight c7, not bishop takes e6, but rather bishop d3.
Just with the hope of keeping some pieces on the board.
As well as coming down here and sacrificing the bishop on the g6 square.
Hey.
Something that we spoke about a moment ago.
Well, because earlier when we were playing h5, you were playing g5, no problem, but here that would obviously lead to checkmate.
Precisely so. Okay,
And-
and this looks good because now you're setting up for both h5 and the bishop takes g6 sacrifices.
And if you play f5, of course, that's inviting g4 into the position.
as
So
well
that
as the direct h5 right
yeah.
away. So this is not the way to defend. Let's take this move.
Maybe
c6 is okay. Oh, pardon me. I know what I should do. Golly, how about queen d7? Just preparing knight takes c3.
Okay, knight e4?
Knight e4. Now, I'm worried about knight c5, so I'm going to stop
Yeah,
that.
that's what I was thinking, that you would have to play b6 at some moment.
Exactly.
And so now your idea is that you're holding on here, because if I play knight g5, you can take, and play rook f7.
Right. That
And
was
then,
where
that
I tried
guards.
to make the self-mate, but in this case, rook f7 does, as you say,
So
guard h7.
instead, we need to put more pressure on g6 one way or the other. So here, after b6, we've got to look at the possibility of h5, because now that our knight is on e4, g5 doesn't look nearly as attractive, because we can consider sacrificing it, although it actually doesn't look like it works in this particular position, does it?
Not-
Because you're just chilling on h8.
Right.
So instead, again, I think we need to investigate bringing our bishop back to d3, or taking on d5 and taking on f6 in some combination.
Okay,
The
so
problem is, though,
takes,
okay, so the good
takes.
news is after takes on f6, we're threatening checkmate, so you can't interpolate the bishop takes e4 as Wishinzu, which would otherwise be quite convenient.
Right, because of, oops, sorry, this is queen is threatening this square. And this actually worked out. Well, the king is still in the
king
center.
is in the center, so we
But
still
this
have to
is-
calculate this, but I do think that
This is one.
there's not enough just to check.
Agreed, agreed. So black, inviting this queen to h6, black does face some problems at the moment that he has to solve.
Yeah, I think the big problem here is two minor pieces instead of one. if black can trade off one of the pairs of minor pieces, the chances for defense are going to be a lot higher.
Right.
So that's a challenge. Maurice, thoughts?
I love your point, Jen, about minor pieces, but I want to get back to the idea, the stupid knight. Knights are beautiful pieces when you're attacking, and Hikaru was able to trade off one. That is, Aronian was able to get rid of one of Hikaru's knights, but not the second one. And in those lines you guys are showing, the knight is just wreaking havoc, stomping all over black's position. And there are some crazy lines here, of course, as usual. Let's start with this move after bishop to c4. Let's start with your move, queen to d7, knight to e4. And, of course, the pressure is starting to build. And now we have the move knight to b4. Check this one out. Lots of danger here in this position. Black doesn't have to worry about this move, knight c5. It looks like a gimme fork. Like, what's the problem? I might win a piece here with check, except the other knight leaps in, knight to c2, and it checks first, and it says, okay, figure out where you're going to put your king. There's nowhere to go. If you go to d2 or d1, then the queen comes in with check. Also to f2. 3 of the squares are guarded by a check from the queen, and if you go to e2 or f1, then this bishop shows up with check. So this interpolation by a knight messes everything up. So knight to c5 does not work. Clearly, he's not going to do that move. But critical moment here, what is best for white? Well, it looks like the move rook to c1 is the best move here. Rook to c1. And here we see the trade of minor pieces you were talking about, Jen. Would happen, takes and takes. And now the question is black okay here? There's still issues with h5, but it looks as though white is slightly off. In my eyes, I'm saying I kind of like black somehow. I don't know what black should do here. This check is in the position. Doesn't it work? It doesn't seem like the engine cares. It thinks that white is better after king to e2. If you dare gobble this pawn on b2, now this paradoxical move, rook to b4, and the knight is trapped on b2, and is black getting enough counterplay? Doesn't look that way. So a sharp position, mini position, and it's just one of many crazy positions that could come from this moment. So you know Aronian has to really think, how do I liquidate? How do I deal with these issues? And you see him now deep in thought after getting, just like he did yesterday, great opening, quick play, well prepared, and in trouble again. Guys?
That's right, Maurice. Levon Aronian, and I actually predict some time pressure in this game. I know that's not too crazy of a prediction, considering that we've seen it before.
The first 2 games of this
and considering this position, there's a lot to think about.
Without question.
And he's ticking down from 38 minutes in this position.
Well, there's no question for my mind that black has to resolve these 2 bishops. This bishop on c4, frankly, is freezing black's pieces. Developing the queen is so logical. Queen d7, again, after queen d7, knight e4, just that variation.
Knight e4, critical tempo there.
Exactly, threatening that rook c2. After rook c1, at least black gets to trade off that bishop, so there's no more of that bishop g6, sacrifices, and h7. So bishop takes, rook takes. Now, I agree, this is a leap of faith to d3. It's tempting, but it leads nowhere. How about just dropping back? So we're a little bit defensive, I agree about that. But the knight is very good, obviously, in the center of the board. Here, I like white, strangely enough. I think that queen on h6 has become a big key asset in the position. So Hikaru has an edge after what we think is the most logical play by black. And it comes back to that critical moment way back here, just about this moment, because Levon could have traded knights right here and played bishop e6. He could have taken the bishop and played bishop e6. He did neither. He played this. And after these trades, oops, not that move, bishop c4, I beg your pardon, bishop c4, it's white that's applying the pressure. And that's the bottom line.
Yeah, I think this is like a little bit, I think one of the reasons we didn't see this immediately, though, was that, like, queen d7, knight e4, knight b4, your eyes kind of pop at knight c5.
Exactly.
You know, but it's it's just kind of cool, the geometric motif here, because you would think that after knight c5, there's some way for white to move his king somewhere after after knight c2 check, but just like every square allows black in with tempo.
Right.
Right? Either bishop takes c4 check or queen takes d4 check.
Exactly. Simply put, the white king doesn't have a good square.
Because it's not the rook we're so worried about.
No.
It's just that we don't actually have time to play bishop takes c6 check, right?
Exactly.
Which is bizarre. And yeah, that's why this is just in the nick of time. And of course, this is what Levon is dealing with, that we're analyzing a position with white where if black doesn't find perfect moves, he could get slaughtered.
Exactly.
And that's why he's spending a lot of time here.
Right. He's in these crucial situations. You don't want to miss a resource for your opponent that simply decides the game on the spot. Obviously, but this is a sharp position, and he has some defensive work cut out for him. 53 minutes for Hikaru, 34 minutes for Levon. Not time trouble yet, but definitely inching toward. Yeah.
Oh, indeed. Because I wouldn't be surprised if Levon has quite a think here. This is a critical moment because every moment where before at some point in the next 10 moves, some pieces are going to be traded. That's clear.
Well,
and then the situation is going to become more clear. But up until then, it's very critical.
Yes, and again, because black is facing these kind of h4, h5 attacking ideas by white, he's got to resolve what's going on in the center. So I really don't see, whoops, I was trying for those c5 ideas earlier, then I got punished opening up the position prematurely. Queen d7. By the way, from white's point of view, white, after the move queen d7, doesn't want to allow the trade of knights, because then all of his opportunities for attacks. Well, let me just see here for a moment. There's one really weird variation. What do you think about this, Jen? Let's say white's on the prowl, goes h5, g5 looks kind of boxy, right? Forced. Bishop drops back to h7. Give me checkmate here.
d3, one step at a time.
One step at a time. The rook has to go to f7 because otherwise it's
Oh,
simply
I like that tactic.
Right.
Bishop g6. Sorry to steal your thunder.
No, it's okay.
I love that.
Well,
that's very unique.
Yeah, but
Kind of unusual.
Here's the weird thing. Black just, water off a duck's back, moves his rook, doesn't touch that bishop, opening up the h-file. It could be really, really fatal. And now we get into a kind of a bizarre position where maybe after, say, knight e4,
maybe you can just chill and play b6 here.
I don't know. It's just like everybody's mutually frozen. Remember that game one where none of Aronian's pieces could move after a time?
But the knight
this
on
is
d5
confusing.
is so superb.
That's a rock solid knight, which is critical to holding up this pawn on f6. But black's pieces are frozen on the king's side in a kind of a way. I suppose the same could be said about white's pieces as well.
Yeah, but
This is a forcing line, though. This is what maybe Levon is causing him to hesitate over the obvious move. Over the obvious move, queen d7.
What do you think he's hesitating over specifically? Knight e4 immediately?
No, I'm
you
thinking,
mean h5 immediately?
I'm thinking he's just trying to
make sure about this.
Yeah.
I don't know, that didn't look so great for white, but maybe in this position instead of, do we have anything besides bishop g6?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying that after this position, after bishop g6 and getting this position, your gut
you better
reaction.
Be sure, but no, I think it looks fine for black. I mean,
really,
assuming
okay.
after b6, my gut reaction is after b6. Like, I don't see your extra firepower coming in unless you have.
Well, let me try to bring my rook in.
Something else occurred to me, but okay, no, this is good.
Yeah, let me try to bring my rook on a1, which is doing absolutely nothing. But by the way, give him a job. I'll castle and try to tuck my king away. Maybe looking forward to an opportunity to
play f4. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
You can't really take with a knight because it takes an f6, right? So
Precisely.
you'd be forced to take with a pawn.
Which opens things up a little bit further. But in any case, do you see something definitively good for you? Probably you have bishop f5. Weird move. I don't know if bishop f5 is a good move or not.
Yeah, that is a little weird. Let me see. So bishop f5 basically traps the bishop. Huh?
Yeah, you could go queen a4 and go...
and go for your own attack.
Yeah, go over after that at a2 pawn. Maybe you'll get lucky over there.
It's strange because the queen on h6 is trapped, but there's no way to actually attack it.
Right. Right.
Except by playing, yeah.
So this is a weird, murky world.
Really weird.
That
yeah.
maybe Levon is concerned about. But I think queen d7 in any case is required. And we had, like I said, been looking at knight e4 as the most forcing, logical, what have you.
But as you say, there's also these other possibilities for Hikaru, which he's also calculating fiercely.
Exactly. We were looking at this as the most likely outcome of the position, and we do have a move by Levon. And that move was, drumroll please.
Queen d7.
Queen d7.
Indeed. So he played
We
it.
thought it was actually obligatory, but the position is definitely heating up. All kinds of attacking ideas for Hikaru. We know that Hikaru is a tremendous attacker, as those puzzles that you've been solving have shown. So Hikaru is probably in his element. He likes the outcome of what has happened over the last half dozen
Agreed.
moves.
And now he has to find the best continuation. I'm sure he's already been calculating this position because Queen d7 was the logical choice by Levon.
Right.
And now Levon, having spent 30 minutes, having 30 minutes left, is up from the board. And I don't think we'll be seeing much more of that until the next time he can draw. Mm-hmm. So a good moment for him to take a little Zitzweich.
So what you have been
the opposite of Zitzweich.
So what you've been explaining is that when you're on the attack, you don't want to unnecessarily allow trade of minor pieces or trade of anything. You need the firewood to keep the attack going. So two moves of consideration. Bishop d3, that was a move that we've been looking at, and the more routine, logical, normal move, knight e4.
And h5.
h5 immediately?
I thought that's. Oh, you were looking at Bishop d3 first.
Well, maybe h5 at first. I'm not really too sure.
h5 or Bishop d3 or knight e4. So those three candidate moves. Yeah.
Right. There's really no choice. You've got to play g5 as black and shut down the h file. If we allow the opening of the h file, it's going to be signing score sheets. White will crash through and win. So I have to play g5.
And maybe there's some other options here for white rather than we were looking at only bishop to d3. Is there any other possibility?
E4, bishop d3, knight e4.
Okay, transposes. Yeah, for sure.
Well, the difference is when we've played the move h5, we've basically self-isolated our queen, right? Queen on h6 is stuck there. We really need to have some kind of immediate follow-up.
When we looked at this, we were mostly looking at it without the interpolation. So yeah, let's do knight e4 again.
Okay, so we'll take that last move back for a second.
No, h5, g5, knight e4.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. h5, I apologize.
So h5, g5, knight e4, because last time we looked at knight e4, we looked at it without this interpolation.
I see.
So how much does it change things?
Okay, how does it change things exactly?
If at all. So the key here was instead of the slower b6, you were playing knight b4 here.
Well, I was doing it when the pawns were backwards because here there is maybe a difference. Let's take a look. In case of knight b4, the g5 pawn is hanging. Okay? So here the difference is I can take your bishop with check. Very forcing move, by the way. Queen takes, knight takes g5, and thanks to that pin, my knight is untouchable.
Although even here, the fun is not totally over.
Oh, not at all.
Because
queen has to go to f5.
Defending and attacking at the same time.
Exactly. And I'm not worried about the rook, as Maurice would say, take my rooks. But after knight e4, if you go for the rook, I'm wondering that if I can utilize my rook along the h file here, rook h3, or maybe even rook h4, same idea. I may force black to give up his queen, or the king h8, and I know the computer's going to laugh at this attack. I just know that the computer's going to say, "No, you got nothing." But okay, this is again intriguing idea. But what about this move? Instead of, do I have a king problem? I want to play knight takes g5.
Maybe knight takes g5 immediately, okay.
Maybe I have that same king problem.
Yeah, knight c2 check, yeah.
Well, here it's not as cut and dry when my knight was on c5, or is it?
Well, because you're always threatening checkmate, yeah. That's the issue.
Yeah, that's a big issue. So the reason I ask is, okay, I boldly step forward.
This is fun.
You take my pawn. I step back, and I'm trying to weave a checkmate on h7.
Right. So your idea here is if I play queen f4 check.
Was not to take the knight, but to move to the corner of the board with king b1. Oh no, you have bishop f5 check after sacrificing the... No,
Well, I can't move the bishop right now because it's pinned.
You can't move the bishop.
But you're right. It's funny because in that other line with there was a line when I'm sure I could.
You could have moved it, but here this is this dazzlingly clear? My head hurts.
Well, yeah, this does look like it's now it looks good for white.
Okay, so
Right? I mean, or no, wait. Okay, one more thing.
Okay.
No, I thought, yeah, this is really weird. This looks good
is.
for white though.
somehow
Bizarre.
White's king is on a high wire act.
Is there any kind of rook f7 defense here? Or?
Rook f7, knight a3 check. Let's just analyze this to its end point. I have to take the knight. Now, where do we go with our check?
Well, now we can go queen f5 check.
What? Queen f5 check. Oh my.
Well, that defends the main, is the idea, and then we can take on c4.
I beg your pardon? It
defends against a checkmate, so we can take on c4.
Right, of course, you're holding
Earlier,
up h7.
we weren't able to take on c4.
Right. Okay, that looks like it holds for sure. Whew.
Whoa, that's some craziness.
That is really.
We're gonna have fun with this game, guys. We had fun with games that didn't look like they were gonna be fun. So.
Well, at first I thought this game was kind of a dry desert, and suddenly it is just blown up with all kinds of tactics. So Queen d7. It seems that Hikaru has three very promising ideas: Bishop d3, Knight e4, and h5, and he's got to choose one of them, and every one of them is very sharp.
He can't choose all three, right?
Exactly. Another crazy line. How about this? Can I do something very positional for a moment? Imagine I'm a big positional fan. Imagine bishop takes d5. Okay. Of course, you recaptured my bishop. And I just want to play the imbalance of knight versus bishop. I've acquiesced to the trade, if you will, of one minor piece, but only one. And the idea that I have as white is to play the moves f4 and h4 at once to force open the line. Now, I'm thinking that white's king is simply safer than black's king in this variation. So I'm playing for the attack while trying to repress your counterattack, if you will, against my king. In other words, I'll go for king safety and then go for my king side attack. What do you think about
Certainly
this?
looks pleasant for white.
Nicer, right? Just simply nicer. Maurice, as we're getting ourselves immersed in these complicated lines, I know the engine is probably laughing at us, but also has ideas of its own.
Laughing with us.
Laughing with us.
Well, these variations are very confusing, to be sure. You guys are doing a great job analyzing. A couple of mistakes here and there, but no, this position is very sharp. It's hard and getting smacked down as I make them. So definitely a complicated position. The last line you suggested is probably the safest bet. If you want to just simplify a position, get rid of the other person's knight and keep it going. So this line you mentioned, a bishop takes on d5 back here. Bishop takes d5, instead bishop takes and castles. The engine says you get a teeny tiny advantage as white and nothing to worry about. All those complications because the other person's knight is off the board. You know, black's not worrying you anymore because the knight's gone and the bishop, that linear piece, it can be strong controlling from a distance, looks good blockading, but it's not tricky dicky, right? It's just not the kind of piece you have to worry about with all those weird forks. Now, the other lines, there's a lot of crazy lines, and this one, definitely G5, the H5, G5 line, wild stuff can happen here. Knight E4, knight to B4, and now the move bishop takes e6. You mentioned, Yaz, queen takes g5. This line, you have to be very careful because after queen to f5, knight to e4, knight c2 check. Right now, you probably just want to stay solid, play king f2 and take. When he takes, don't play this rook h3 move. It's best you just take on f6, but this is probably not the position you were after this trade and taking on a1. The reason being that rook h3, right here, rook h3 runs into king h8, a simple sidestep, and this rook will get to this line. He's already up a rook, so he can afford to give you an exchange or anything like that. So this will not work out in white's favor. So white has to be careful and be solid. So back to here, this move, knight to b4, there's another way to play. Knight takes g5 immediately, and this line does not work, as you mentioned, knight to c2 check, king d2 runs into this whole variation you just looked at. So a lot of tricky lines, but white, if he's afraid of all these lines, if he thinks he just can't calculate, could just play the simple bishop takes d5, as you mentioned, and take slight advantage home. Now, is that Nakamura? Let's make a bet. Yeah, I was about to bet he would not take on d5. It's not the kid's personality, young man's personality. He's not a kid anymore. He's not a young man's personality here. He said, I'm going for it. Knight in the middle of the board. Let's start rocking.
Right. So, thank you,
And
Maurice.
then a swig of the Red Bull.
Yeah, it was a little instant energy maker. So, yeah, well, we could properly guess that this was Hikaru from the start. He wasn't trading pieces. He wasn't going to go for any slight positional advantages. He's the swashbuckler in the group. He wants to go for it. So knight e4, but has he calculated accurately the very forcing move knight b4? All right. So how does he intend, let's say, to meet the move knight b4? We've always got to keep calculating and recalculating these lines with h5 because it's absolutely impossible for black to allow the opening of the h-file. So knight e4, knight b4, we were looking at rook c1. Is there another forcing move here, Jen, that just you want to take a quick look at? We've rejected knight c5 because of the knight c2 check.
Right. Knight g5, same thing.
Knight g5, same thing. Well, knight g5, we can take it, and we've got the rook f7, right? So, and he has played, Levon's played knight before. No choice, actually, for Levon. Levon is walking a tightrope here. His choices are extremely narrow.
Walking it so far.
Yeah, very, very narrow series of moves here for black. Black has to play like this. Can I just throw down this move h5 for a second? I mean, it looks a little bit crazy. I'm probably hanging everything in the position. I'm hanging a rook with knight c2.
Let's try it. Let's have some fun. So
exactly.
knight c2 check again.
Knight c2 check again. And okay, I have this terrible problem of where I want to move my king. Let me try d2 for sack.
Okay, so we looked at something similar to this, but there was a difference, right? So now if queen d4 check again.
Queen takes d4 check again. I think I'm just simply too slow, I'm afraid. King c1, and at some point you're just going to take my bishop as well as my rook. That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah.
I'm afraid you may just go queen takes c4. I'll take this pawn on g6 and take this rook on a1, and suddenly I realize for the first time I can't play the desirable king b1 because of queen a2, and it's white who gets checkmated, not black. This doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for white. So h5 is out. That doesn't work. Rook c1 is probably obliged, right? We got here a long time ago after rook c1, bishop d5, rook c4, knight back to d5. And this is where we had seen it some time ago, and we thought that white was for choice, but it was not that bad. I mean,
Right.
This
This is a really
d5.
a really good defense by black because, again, you get rid of the one minor piece, which makes the attack a lot less vicious for white.
Exactly. taking up some very important firewood from White's attack.
And so now Nakamura on the attack, seeing if he can find anything besides rook c1.
All right, again, we have the game position knight b4, and, pardon me, without rook c1, White to play. Now, do we have any other wonderful, fantastical ideas here?
Well, you are threatening bishop takes bishop.
That's serious. That's a very serious threat. How about if I throw in a crazy move? How about d5? Let me throw that at you. Oh, that doesn't even work, because my idea was that if I caused you to play knight takes d5, I'm very happy. Then I've gained 2 tempi and I can go h5 and do all kinds of crazy things. The problem is I wanted to play, this is what I wanted to play, bishop takes d5, castles with ideas like rook takes d5, but queen c6, crucial defensive move, pinning the bishop on c4 to the king on h1.
Yikes.
And I have to take back my whole entire idea, d5. Okay, different approach, d5, rook d1. Nah.
And Nakamura looks a little annoyed.
Well, he wants more than what he thinks. I'm sure he feels like his attack is justified in getting some really serious attack, and he can't figure out how he's going to put it together. Let me not give up on this for a second. Bishop takes d5. Instead of castling, how about rook d1? Okay, I'm prepared to sacrifice my whole army, and if I get your king, of course, it's a great idea, but here I've got ideas like just keeping this pin and going for h5 business and messing up Black's king. So, as a human player, how would you think the defense for Black should go?
Well, suppose I just throw in a check.
All right, fair enough. Check is very forcing indeed. Here I wanted to make a exit stage right.
It's really your only option,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, and I've been going queenside for the last 20 minutes. Here I'm going to go kingside. I'm hoping that I'll find sanctuary on g3, and this is good. I think knight c2 is helpful.
Oh, so you just want to play c6 or something immediately?
I don't know. I'm thinking that the queen on d7 might move to c6, regardless of the fact you haven't pinned my bishop to the king. I think you want to vacate the d file. c6 is slow. f6 is hanging. Yeah. h5 is in the air.
Yeah, there are some crazy tactics here. Okay, so try queen c6.
Queen c6, I think, is more or less obliged. And now here, I've won some time. I've sacrificed a pawn to win some time. The question is, what can I do? What can I successfully do here? Here's a line I have in mind for what it's worth, okay? So, bishop takes d5. Okay, come on, cursor, you can do it. Bishop takes d5. Oh, let me do it in a different move order. I beg your pardon. Let me take on f6 first, threatening you with checkmate, forcing the recapture takes, h5, trying my best to open up the g file, right? Here, I think I'm the one losing. We love checkmates, right? So it's White's who's about to get checkmated. Let me show you the mate I have in mind. Takes. Oops. It's White's king.
Got to worry about that king in the center, right?
Exactly. It's White's king who's we've gone from hunter to prey.
Yeah, suddenly that can happen.
So I don't see a way for Hikaru to significantly strengthen this attack. If he has to play the move rook c1, I think he's going to regret playing the move knight e4. Maurice, are we right on this? I don't think that advantage for White after rook c1, bishop takes c4, rook takes c4 is a significant, is really that advantageous for White. Let's put it in a different way. Maurice, please.
Well, you look to be absolutely right, Yaz. There's nothing going on in the position, and it seems as though White may have to bail out on the attack in that line. As you mentioned, Jen, getting rid of a pair of minor pieces reduces the tension so much that if there's not a straight mating attack, you're going to have to go positional. Maybe castle kingside. Maybe not even play h5, or if you do, actually castle kingside, which is simply not what we were thinking about at all. But you know me, I'm like, oh no, the attack is dying. Let's try something crazy. So I started playing around with the computer with some wilder lines, and take a look at this one. In this position, after the move knight b4, what about h5 right now? All right. Now that looks a little bit nutty. That looks a little crazy, but Black is the one who has to be careful. If Black plays the move knight to c2 check, well, now he runs into some issues. Well, it's not quite all the way there yet, but look at this move. King to f2. Looked like it was a problem. Queen takes d4. King to g3. Now, that's a king march you don't see every day. And it seems as though Black might be able to just play queen takes e5 check. But now suddenly the move f4. And White is being super brave playing this line. Queen takes on e4. And now bishop takes on e6 check. And after after queen takes is what I meant, because king moves allows h takes g6. Now you finally get in this move that you wanted, h takes, and Black is about to get mated. I mean, those checks don't matter at all for White. In this position, queen to e3 check is possible, but now the move king to h2, and Black has to worry right here about what could happen to his position as his king is falling apart. He has to play the move rook to f7. So he can actually think about this move h5, can White right now. The party spoiler, unfortunately, is the simple move g5. Again, we get back to this positional thing. Don't worry about any hanging pieces. It might cause you to tank a little while, though, but g5 is still very solid. And in this line, White doesn't seem to have anything much better than takes, and castles kingside. White's queen looks a little bit funny. There's tension in the center. There's a line we could continue here with queen b6, rook a to d1, and White is sort of holding everything down. Rook to d8 is a possible move here. I looked at one line with the engine that really befuddled me, though. What if we take this pawn on a2? That looks like, I know you like pawns, Yaz. Let's give me the pawn. What's the problem? You're not doing anything. Look at this weird move. Rook to f2, unpinning this way, potentially attacking this way, and now you actually have to be careful, because if you play, let's just make a random, actually not even that random a move. Let's play the move rook to f7 here. The guy actually starts attacking. d5, and suddenly there's some weird stuff going on in the middle of the board, potentials of d6 and captures, and White is saying, oh, thanks for being greedy. I don't think Levon would do this, but it is a weird position that could happen. And again, let's go back to something more normal in this position. He could play rook a to d8 right here, and White would have to bail out with a capture on this square, and after takes, play, now it's giving rook f to e1 is the engine. Even this looks crazy, to be honest. It looks like it's still a mess. But White's attack does not look clear anymore at all. And Black just simply has a solid position. White might just have to bail into solidity. And I think that's what Hikaru is not happy about. That he's looking over there, he's staring intently like a hawk at that king side, but he can't find a way to break through. And he might have to just settle into a calm game. Oh, the sin of it. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I think the bottom line in all of this analysis that we've been generating is that anytime White plays the move h5, Black is absolutely obligated to respond g5. I mean, even if you think it's bad, you just simply can't allow this h takes g6
unless
move.
you have a forced checkmate or
Unless you have a forced checkmate or something. So knight b4 is, hold on, sorry. So this is the position at hand. We've been hitting our heads on this h5, knight g5, knight c5. What other ideas have we generated? d4, d5. Maurice didn't even mention those, so I suspect that the computer just laughed at anything d4, d5, and rook d1. I was trying my best, but that was a nice line where the king marched to g3.
Yes,
I like that
indeed.
line. I like that line.
Oh, so Maurice on D5 ideas.
Oh, yeah, the D5 move just doesn't work, as you mentioned, but I wanted to show a very cute line here. We could have put this up as a puzzle. What happens if rook takes D4, because the computer is giving this move rook FD1? Yes, I'm going to get your grandmaster instincts to find the winning move here for white.
It looks like knight F6.
There you go. You passed the 2600 test. Knight takes on F6 check. Now attacking H7, of course. If the queen takes, then you just trade and pick this rook off. And of course, if the rook takes, well, bad things are going to happen, obviously, after king moves and you get to play checkmate. So this is not going to happen. Not likely. But white is defending the position just by a thread here with no real advantage at all. But yes, the D5 idea that you mentioned, the computer thinks is not going anywhere at all. So white really doesn't have much to generate. You know, the sad thing, though, when you're in these lines, we're showing all these lines. We're getting to move pieces around. We get computer assistance and all that. And it's a lot of variations. We could look for a very long time at lots and lots and lots and lots of lines. Or we get to pull the moves back. And we went, oops, sorry, made a mistake. Let's look at something else. These guys have to calculate all this with the clock ticking, pressure on, big money on the line, showdown in St. Louis. You just have to have so much respect for the work they've put in and the talent they have to get to this level, to play this kind of chess with the world staring at them as they try to play great moves. It's just absolutely amazing and wonderful to watch, and why they're all our heroes.
Thank you, Maurice. One of the things that I have always admired about the elite chess players is not only their ability to calculate combinations, because I think a lot of people can calculate a lot of lines deeply. The question is the judgment that they achieve at the end of a line. You calculate a 8-move variation, and then your judgment, white stands better. Then you calculate another 8-move variation, and in your judgment, white stands better. So then you have to judge which is the best of the two variations. And it's extraordinary to me that they can do that. It's like mental gymnastics where they're keeping all the balls in the air. And this is a very sharp position. And Hikaru, one of the great calculators, along with Levon Aronian, staring at the position, trying to figure out, can he put together a forcing combination that gives him a winning edge?
Indeed, this is getting really exciting, and both players look like they're going to get into a little bit of time pressure today as well.
I feel the intensity building and building.
Nakamura surely doesn't want to play rook to c1. He's not happy about it.
He's everything he knows about chess. He's resisting this move because he knows it helps, or it allows his opponent to wiggle by getting some pieces off, swapping the bishops, and he wants to find a line that keeps the pressure on as much as he can.
Now, as we check out all these variations, Maurice, did you have a new wrinkle in this position?
I just had a thought watching Nakamura there, thinking deeply. There's something that we've noticed. I used to do a lot of commentary on Garry Kasparov games, his matches, and we would see ticks. Remember Yaz when he would take the watch off? Like he would have on his suit. He always came in, finely attired. He would have on his suit and he'd have on his watch. And it was very predictable. When you played a move he did not understand, it looked like a good move, it was a bit of a challenge, he would take the watch off. If it got to a point where he was in trouble and there was work to be done, that would be the one and only time he would take his jacket off. It would not leave his body. And we started noticing that as a pattern. Now, once he realized that he was out of trouble, automatically the jacket came back on. And then when he realized you were busted, the watch went right back on. It's like, this is over. Started to notice something about Nakamura. He looks as though when he's calculating deeply, he gets into these things and then he misses moves. And it's very strange. Excuse me, guys. Let me clear my throat. You guys take.
And actually, we are going to go for a quick break where you're going to be solving a Levon Aronian problem. And as soon as we're back from that,
Maurice will recover.
Yeah, when we're back from that, I think we're going to have quite a showdown in this game as the players reach time control. So don't go too far. We have more from the showdown in St. Louis in just a few minutes. predicted, rook to c1, bishop takes c4, and then rook takes c4 have appeared on the board, and really a dazzling defense by Levon Aronian. But for dazzling play of another kind by Aronian, Maurice has the answer to the puzzle that you all solved on break.
Thanks, guys. And it looks like I might have gotten my voice back. Sometimes when you're talking for several hours, things happen. And I was about to give the secret of the universe. Then you fall over and die. Okay. Well, let's just go to this answer first before I mention what I was talking about before. In this position, when I first saw this, I had forgotten what the winning move was because I had actually seen this game before. And my instincts, immediately I said, I want to play queen to f4. And after knight takes, rook e1 mate. But it's not mate. There's a rook sitting here. So I can't deflect. Even if I deflect the knight, the problem is the rook. So then the next idea is, well, if I could get the queen on the long diagonal, wouldn't that be sweet? So we're all scratching our heads. And Levon's move solves everything. And if you saw this move, you're 2,800, like pure and simple. Because this is spectacular. Knight to e1 with a beastly threat of knight to d3 check where black's just going to crush white. Everything's going to fall after this check. f2 will hang, b4 will hang. It's just going to be all she wrote. So this move, knight to e1, and now rook takes knight on e1. And now the beautiful move, queen to f4. Well, let's put it here. Queen to f4, check. And how did you deflect the rook? You didn't take it from the back rank. You just simply drew it to a square where if now you play knight takes queen, then rook takes rook is now checkmate. A beautiful idea, knight e1. Well, after rook takes e1, queen f4 check, the second idea was realized. After king to d1, the only other move, now the queen got to the long diagonal a different way, not on f5, but on e4, everything happening with tempo, and the threat are now just crushing. You got queen d3 check and then queen b1 check. Mating ideas are circulating on the board. Geary looked at this position and realized that he was going to get crushed. He could have played the move queen e8 as a bailout move, but after bishop takes e8, it really still doesn't matter. These threats are simply too harsh to deal with. Beautiful idea by Levon, showing that he's got skills. He knows how to attack too, which is what he's doing now, defending, well, at least analyzing the attacks that Nakamura has so that he can defend properly against them. Now, the point I was making before I choked up earlier was that Nakamura, one thing I've noticed about him is he has to control his aggression. Sometimes when he goes into a deep, deep thing, and it's a long thing because he really wants to knock the other guy out, he'll sometimes will forget a variation. He'll come down later and say, I was thinking about this, and then something snuck in there that he overlooked. And it's when he avoids trying to be over-aggressive in those settings that he plays solid moves like he did with rook to c1 and controls himself that the game proceeds in an okay fashion. But since he's such a fast player, those long things sometimes leads to errors. And I think that when he has confidence in himself and believes in his moves, he's such a naturally gifted blitz player, fast thinker, he usually comes up with the right move right away. Even though the moves we saw in him earlier, knight e4, come on, we knew he was going to play that move the moment the position got on the board. And then he plays rook c1, another natural move. He doesn't really need to think about moves like that. So when he goes into deep things, he gets some loss of time on his clock, and then he makes some other awkward move that's not his first natural move. He tends to make small errors. I'm talking small errors that creep in. So we'll watch out for that. It looks like he has controlled himself completely. He doesn't want to see any blunders like they've played in the first two games, and he's got the position under control this time. Guys?
Well, certainly, Maurice, a legendary blitz player, Nakamura. In fact, he's even higher ranked in the worldwide ranking for blitz than he is in standard chess.
Right.
He's actually number 2 in the blitz ratings, right behind Magnus Carlsen.
In the world, yes.
And even Levon is higher rated in blitz than he is in his regular rating. He's also ranked 4th.
Right.
So 4th rather than 6th.
They're both great blitz players.
Do you give either an edge in the blitz portion of this competition, or do you think it's close to a toss-up?
It's probably a toss-up, but I'll give Hikaru an edge just because I have been so bedazzled watching him play blitz, and most especially bullet chess. Just what Maurice was referring to. His thought processes are so quick and so keen, and so oftentimes his instinct is right. He's playing great moves at a flash within
It is incredible.
fractions of seconds. So I'm going to give Hikaru an edge in the blitz. He did, after a lengthy thing, he did restrain himself, played a move that he really tried to avoid. He did play this move, Rook C1.
That goes against his attacking instincts. And
All of our attacking instincts.
Yes.
And then he, after the capture on C4, Rook takes C4, Knight D5. Levon, treading that tightrope that we spoke about earlier, got a position that still looks a little bit of an edge for white. And then Hikaru played a move really that quite surprised me, in fact. He did play this move, Rook C5. You would think that with this knight on E4, you would want to keep that C5 square undefended. Rook C5 provoked this move, B7, B6, which Levon has played. By the way, they're both at equal times, 20 minutes to 20 minutes in this intense position. And let us try to make heads or tails. Why did Hikaru provoke the move B6? Was it his intention to capture this knight? Well, we know it's not, because he actually dropped back with the rook, and now I'm confused. I'm confused. Okay, remarkably, Maurice was talking about how Hikaru goes into these things, and then he misses small, tiny details that he seems to forget about, and that move, Rook C5, B6, Rook backwards, is one of those instances. Maurice, I think you hit a nail here terrifically.
And this is very strange. Maurice, what's going on with this? Did Naka mess up?
And I'll tell you guys, it looks like Naka went into one of those things and missed something huge, and actually so did Levon. I thought Naka was an absolute genius looking at this position with the engine, and it turns out he didn't even see that he was probably winning after B6. Winning. Well, maybe it's overstating it, but tell me what you think. After this move, B6, White has the incredible move, H5, sacrificing a rook in this position. H5 right now. And now Black has to bail out going a pawn down, because if you dare touch this rook, now H takes G6. We see the mate threat. Now how do you defend? I mean, you bleed that way. So you have to play the move E6. And now the move E takes F6. And oh man, you don't like pawns like this screaming down the board. The threat, of course, F7 is coming on the board. Even G7 might be very powerful. If you play knight takes on F6 in this position, then simply knight takes. And after rook takes on F6, G takes on H7, and that's all she wrote. Game's over. You can't touch this. That's happening. King, if you want to look at King F7, then thank you very much for the new queen on the board. And that's going to be the end of it. That's it. Black's position has completely fallen apart. So H5 right here, let's go back to this position. H5, you cannot touch this rook. The attack is too powerful. So that means you have to bail out. We remember this move, the move G5, but this has a big difference, and it's quite shocking. And I mean, to see an attacker like Nakamura going to a tank, you'd think he would have seen the idea. Knight takes now on G5. Super unusual, guys. This is computer-esque stuff. Certainly, it's not something humans just quickly look at. But after knight takes on G5, again, we have the mating idea. If you touch this knight, your pieces will be separated from your king with this beautiful move, E6. And now queen takes G5 check, and rook takes knight is coming, because the queen, wherever the queen goes, it won't matter to white, and white will have just decimated everything in front of black's position. So that's over with. So knight takes G5, black has to play the sensible queen to F5. White can continue now. Look at this move, rook C5. You would have thought this is why he did it, right? Rook takes on D5 now. A very nice move. And now in this position, black can't steal the rook on H1, because obviously it's an H7 mate. So he might as well go for the knight now. And now castles. What do you think, Yaz? Is white for choice here? Now the engine's saying maybe white's just better, but not by that much. Not a huge amount. But man, this would have been terrifying to play if you had the black pieces to walk down this line. Incredible variation, and I'm wondering, well, it doesn't look like he saw it at all. Didn't look like
I
even.
disagree. I think he must have seen something in there, because otherwise rook c5 just makes zero sense.
But after
He must
B6,
have seen.
he instantly brought his rook back, and he's better in all the lines.
Probably, my theory is he saw it, and then when Levon was thinking, he saw something that discouraged him from doing it, so he just didn't even look at it again. I just can't, rook c5, why else would you play it if you weren't thinking about playing some combination of rook d5 and takes on g6?
Precisely.
I mean,
we left for
A5.
yeah, when we left
It's too creative then.
exactly. When we left to Maurice, I was trying to make the logic of rook c5,
Yeah.
and I was putting together this g6 h5 idea, pardon me, h5 idea, just what Maurice was showing, and this is a very, very nice variation. I'm sure Hikaru saw it when he went for this whole rook c1, and like you say, something during Levon's thing discouraged him from continuing the idea. But let's go to what
I
Maurice
wonder
was
why.
giving. Knight takes g5, queen comes to f5. Rook takes d5 may not be the only move, by the way, but it certainly is a logical one. Takes on g5, castles, and maybe here something upset Hikaru. Maybe it was as simple as rook d8, but look, I'm a guy, my whole career, I've been grabbing pawns. I sure would think that white stood better, maybe not winning, but after a move, for example, like queen over, I still prefer white's position. Hikaru just dropped back with the rook, like saying, I don't mind losing 2 tempi. He played this strange move, rook back to c4, giving away his advantage in my view, because now black has all kinds of
And
defensive
black
moves.
actually did seize the initiative. He played the move queen to
Queen
b5
b5.
here.
Give me the rook, setting up for checks. White's king is still in the center, and with that knight, that beautiful knight on d5, holding up everything, defending c7, defending f6, I'm thinking that Hikaru blew it.
Well, yes, it's very strange that he thought for so long in certain situations, but then in one that it really was critical. He obviously had been thinking about it.
Yeah, well,
And
without question, right,
He thought,
Jen?
yeah, and just missed something in there.
Yeah, he got discouraged by something during the thing that Levon had over b6.
Although it is strange because I think at every level, I mean, from player who's
Amateur
just
to pro.
picking up the game
Yeah.
to a strong master to grandmaster, isn't it the case that it's always a little easier to analyze when you're one move closer to the position on the board?
For sure.
So, I mean, if that applies, does that even apply to somebody as strong as Nakamura, as somebody at that elite, that being one move closer will clarify your analysis a tiny bit? Because it certainly applies to everybody watching. Or most
I
of you.
agree. I do agree with that. I think that it does, in fact. I mean, it just the position's that much more clarified. We do have a move, by the way, on the board. Hikaru did not retreat his rook. He did not defend his rook with a move like b2, b3. Instead, Hikaru has continued the game as if everything is copacetic and normal. Maybe he has a different way, different intention of sacrificing his rook. How's this, Jen? e5 takes f6, e7 takes f6, e7 takes f6 has not yet been played. Let's just, and imagine h6, h5, the theme of the game so far, trying to open, the h file. g5, also very thematic
So
to try
show
to...
us, as always, we have to look at snatching the rook.
Okay, let's
Show me the
snatch the
mate.
rook. Show me the mate. We're in the state of Missouri. We are in the show me state, so let me
So
attempt to
Jess
do
takes
that.
g6 and your
Threatening mate on h7,
and how many checks do I have? Let's see. Queen b4 check.
queen b4 check. I have to move my king to f2
And
in this
now
case.
I'm going back
and
to
then
e7.
queen back to e7. Well, I didn't show you. I'm sorry to disappoint, but queen e7 is a fine defense indeed.
Well, it's always about bringing the queen into the attack, but then it's also always about bringing the queen into the defense.
Yes, so that does defend. So I don't have the time in this particular case after e takes f6 to play the move h5 because grabbing the rook, as we've just seen in wins. Now, in that case, then why on earth did Hikaru make the decision to trade e-pawns? Because if we just go back one move, White's king is on the e-file.
Yes.
Opening it up is inviting a black rook, pardon me, to come to the e-file.
But we're threatening checkmate, Yasser.
That's true.
Fine.
But okay, recapturing, Levon thinking, by the way, the players are down to 17 minutes for Hikaru, 15 for Levon.
And this is one heck of a position to get in the time pressure. So
For both sides. Now,
neither wants that to happen.
Now again, Levon seems to be puzzling over his move here as if
there's an option?
well, as if he has a fear. And does he see the Queen E7 check, Queen E7 defense that you pointed out, Jen? I'm sure he does. Now, let's try this again. Okay, we're going to just make the natural move. E takes.
You mean you want to try to sacrifice again?
How can I
On a
sacrifice
different way. Is there
different
some
way?
other way to sacrifice here? No.
Rook
It
C7?
seems like we're falling short here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, knight G5 is falling short to takes on G5, takes on G5, a rook F7, which we've had as a defense for
many
the whole game.
And opening up the e-file, by the way, is no happiness for White. Trading e-pawns, rook F7, Queen D7, this is not going anywhere, as you mentioned. And it took him a while, 3 minutes, I think he spent over
And
E
takes
takes
an
F6.
occurred, and now the instant blow. No, I'm just kidding. B3. The instant move which protects the rook, which now can't be captured. So Nakamura trying to, I think, kind of get ahead on the time, perhaps not liking his position as much anymore. He doesn't want to be behind on the clock and the board.
But boy, trading e-pawns and allowing this rook to come. Well, checks are always a good place to start, right? So let's start with a check and imagine what's going on here. I have a beautiful checkmate, by the way, in the position. If you move your king, perhaps you should drop back with your queen. Let me just show this one because we do. Oh, it's not checkmate. The checkmate I wanted to show, by the way, was knight e3, rook takes, queen takes, king, and knight d5 mate. But of course, I'm putting my knight on pre to simply queen takes here. But in this case, again, with the e-pawn traded, I think that's really worked out great for black because you've got ideas of knight, Levon has ideas of knight e7 to f5 check. This is not working out for white.
Well, that variation looks pretty horrible. So queen to a5 check
is going to provoke is going to provoke white to withdrawing his queen and just simply giving up on any checkmating sacrificial ideas that he may have had on that side of the board.
So instead of queen a5 check, perhaps bringing one of the rooks into the e-file makes more sense. The rook na to e8.
Well, in this case, because b2, the rook on c4 does block the queen on b5, boy, if I were in Hikaru's shoes, I would want to play the move castles and just get my king to safety. We've been trying this for some time. Maurice,
what do you think?
I think we've had a big swing in the positions in those last few moves.
Well, you can't get away with rook c5 and then back to c4. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. How do you argue the weakness of the c6 square? Really? That's what you wanted? That's deep. Rook c5, rook c4, so you can weaken c6? And also give the guy queen b5 and punching chances? I mean, we saw the fight last night with Manny Pacquiao winning after 12 rounds, and the other guy was running, and rook c5, rook c4 looks like one of those, well, I'll pretend, oh no, I'm sorry, my bad, don't hit me. That just doesn't make any sense, and he should have definitely gone for the other line where white would have stood better. Now it's black who stands better, and in this position, the move that is really on tap is the move f5. Like, just straightforward chess. What if I attack your knight? Where do you put it? There's a simple threat to your knight. Now, h5 has to be analyzed, but looking at that, it looks as though black is going to be better in that line. Maybe that's where Nakamura has to bail out, because if he just plays straightforward chess, that rook move you guys wanted to play, Jen, you mentioned rook to e8 with check. And what does the king do? You have to play a move like king to f2, and now the queen drops back to d7, and black's pieces are just perfect. Like, no problem here, and black can start to develop some initiative. If you try to attack too quickly with h5, now rook to f6 keeps everything under control. White has to be careful not to go in, get greedy in this line, and thinking that the h7 pawn is for free, because all of a sudden, hey, your hand went in the cookie jar and it's not coming back out. So black is perfectly fine here, can just play logical moves and get a good position. We'll see whether or not Levon finds these moves. And he did not play that way at all. These guys are missing all sorts of opportunities. He did go straight for the ending with queen a5 check. Really surprising round 3, guys. We saw so much potential for explosions. We were excited by it. And now we've gotten basically a tepid endgame to look at. Still a lot of fight left, and we know what happened yesterday when we thought there wasn't much in the position. Anything could happen, especially with the time pressure. So game continues. Guys?
That's right. So a quick queen trade as opposed to looking for some active chances, though. Obviously, with a little bit of time pressure, these guys have to make moves. So who's better and why? It looks to me like in the end game, black should have the slightly better pressure, but is it enough for anything serious, right? I've got that beautiful knight on d5, and you've got the only weakness in the position, the pawn on d4. So is that enough for black to claim an advantage, or do you think it's pretty balanced? Because of the c-pawn.
I've always liked the structure, and obviously I do prefer black structure. I think after a move, for example, after this queen exchange, pardon me, let me just put that on the board. Queen takes, king takes, rook centralizing. I'm thinking knight c3. Just to get into a 4-rook ending, as you might say. I'm thinking this is heading towards a draw, that the weaknesses of the pawn on c7 and the weakness of the pawn on d4 are going to balance out. And I think that's a fair result. But that is a very difficult choice. Because Levon had been walking a tightrope for so long, I think he realized that the queen a5 check move would bail him out, and it's sort of like, okay, he's got a reprieve, he's got easy equality, and then just the switch that, hey, why don't you go on the offensive with f5? The move f5, by the way, you know, instinctively you want to avoid allowing the knight to jump to g5. It's sort of like, okay, this is the way I lose. Watch me, everybody. This is the way I'm going to lose the game. I'm going to let my opponent checkmate me against h7. But then if he had come to the realization, and it's not that an easy judgment to make because the instinct overrides a lot of it, he probably mentally visualized his position, rook f6, and then he said to himself, what am I thinking about? Why am I allowing this knight on g5 and this queen on h8, h6 to coordinate so well against one another? But then he's underestimated his own potential, because white's king is not happy. There's moves like knight f4 and rook e2 where suddenly white can get checkmated, and that move rook f6 holding up everything. It's a really good move. It's a fine line. It's a fine line. Okay, and we do have, let me go back to the game position. Pardon me.
Another move by Levon.
We do have this check, this trade. Rook came to d8. Did the knight come to c3? What move has been played?
Yeah.
No?
Rook c6 by Nakamura happened.
He did not play.
So he played rook c6, a little bit more pressure, f5.
f7, f5. Well, it's far easier for black to play f5 when there's not a queen on h6, right? So
Or knight ready to, knight to d5 and queen h6 constellation.
Yeah. We're taught to try our best to avoid that. By the way, not terribly significant for the position, but 17 minutes for Hikaru versus 10.5 for Levon. What move number are they at?
They've got time.
Yeah. Okay, but so f5, Hikaru to play. What is his intentions here? If he goes knight g5, which looks like a reasonable idea to aspire to this forking square, knight e6,
Let's see. That leaves white open to some issues as well.
Right. His king is still on an open highway, or potentially open highway here.
Right.
There's a knight before, rook
So if
takes
we
d4.
Well, we could also start with rook e8.
Which one? The
Rook
rook
on
on f8 to e8. Well,
Right.
then maybe I'm not. Are we happy here, Jen? h5 might. This g6 pawn, this h7, the h file. I mean, I'm sure Levon is looking for something a little bit tastier than this one. Let's go once more back. We're going to go knight g5. In this case, how about rook f6, right? First of all, we're dodging this knight fork, which would cost us an exchange on e6. We're attacking the rook on f6, and we're trying to be solid. Rook c1?
Yeah.
Makes sense, right? Rook c1 again. And, well, Hikaru's coordinating his pieces a little bit here. You got to give him credit for that. I'm going to end up having to trade these rooks on c6 and maybe play some defensive move like rook d7. I'm intending to meet the move h5, by the way. My intended move was to go king g7. The knight on d5 is super solid.
And this looks okay.
This looks okay. We could see a repetition with a check, by the way. I could easily see a perpetual occurring in such a position. But Levon did play the move f5 with purpose. And besides knight g5, well, I'm thinking that the double rook ending after knight c3 is balanced and drawn. Okay. So I do see knight g5 as being Hikaru's most natural move.
Sure. Just a well-placed piece. Can't be dislodged because of the pressure on the 6th rank.
Right. And again, we're looking at rook f6, trading off that very active rook on c6. And rook on h1's not doing so much. And we're getting all of these, let's say, natural moves. Looks like we're heading for our first draw in the
Hey,
match.
we said that before.
Yes.
We were wrong.
We were very wrong.
You were wrong every time we said that. So.
h5 I'm thinking about. Or do you want to go knight e6 right away?
Oh, I wanted to go to knight e6 earlier just to look at it.
At what time? At what moment? I'm sorry. Here? No.
No, here. Yeah, what happens if we play knight e6 here?
Ooh, you're risking
Oh
something.
yes, for sure. I wanna lose all my pieces in a variation.
You're such a nice person, and it's Christmas.
Well, yeah. I mean, we do. So the idea here is that if we play knight takes c7.
Ooh, knight takes
I
c7.
was looking at.
I'm worried that knight might.
Yeah, I wanted to look at this.
Is that knight? Okay, it's frozen. How are you gonna bail it out?
King f7, rook e1.
Okay, and
So
I'm a little bit worried.
I'm scared, but I did win a pawn, so I would need to at least check it.
Yes, you're the champion of my heart. You won a pawn. Always good to win a pawn. Rook e5. Well, if I play knight e7, trying to keep the knight on trapped.
Well, I could play knight g7 now,
But
although it
now
has
I'm
no future.
Right. Wow. This is a tricky business. Your knight still hasn't been captured, but it looks awfully risky.
Oh, yeah.
It really does.
For just a pawn, indeed.
I would be very reluctant personally to go for this type of thing.
Right.
But okay, you got to analyze it out. A pawn's a pawn. Maybe I don't want you to play h5, h6, keeping your knight secure. So I'll try to keep the knight under wraps, maybe with a move like h5, just so that that knight is not protected by h5 and h6.
Right, okay. So no threat yet, though, right?
Fortunately, no threat
So
at the
let's
moment.
play rook e5.
Yeah, getting the rook into
And
the game.
we're going to try to play d5, maybe.
Fair enough. I'll go rook d6, setting up for a knight c6 kind of swing.
Yeah.
Of course, attacking the pawn on d4.
Yeah, that looks a little dangerous. So maybe rook e5 is not best. Maybe we actually just need to move our king up to protect that pawn.
Yes, king up to d3. Now, can I make just a draw by Oh, can I make a draw by just going back and forth with my knight, by the way?
Yeah.
You would have to probably...
Which is already evidence enough that probably is not white's best. But
Okay.
this would be a fun way to get a repetition.
A very, very different way of getting a repetition, by the way. But we do have some moves.
Yeah, we do have a couple moves, exactly.
After f5, again, this very
Looks like we
purpose...
got some trades going on here.
Knight came back to c3, knight came to b4, attacking this rook on c6. Hikaru captured the pawn on c7. The pawn on d4 has been captured with check. White's king dropped back with king to c1. And I think we're just heading for a draw here. I don't see this as being in either player's favor. This rook on c7, however, is too strong. I would play rook on f8 to f7, offering a trade.
Right, yeah. And then how do you intend to get the rook on h1 into the game?
Well, I probably would go for a repetition in case of this. In other words, as white, I'd
Right.
be willing to accept a draw.
Right, because you don't really want to take and then be the one with the weak rook.
Exactly.
The counterpart, the inferior counterpart.
And in case of king g7, you just asked the question of how would I want to activate the rook. I would want to play with the move h4, h5, hoping to either play h6 or capture on g6, opening up my rook on h1. I do see as a logical flow. Levon Aronian to play in this position.
And we certainly are expecting rook to f7.
Exactly. We are. Do we have other moves? I don't think we should get too...
I mean, I guess we can protect the A pawn, but I think that's going to be quite risky because then white will be able to play the move h5.
So you think, for example, we could play a move like a6,
And
right?
Then, and then that allows h5. And now
I'm
we
trying to play g5. But then after h6,
seems risky.
yeah,
I mean, you could always play
Rook
a6
f7.
and then play rook f7 one move later.
I think we're going to go for rook f7. I think we're going to see a draw in this game. We have seen, has Levon made a
He
move?
has played rook to f7. Maurice, what do
Yes.
you think? Do you think anybody has a chance? We've called the high probability for a draw incorrectly before.
Twice.
So, yes. Well, yesterday really
Well,
seemed...
and the first time around,
I mean,
too?
yesterday seemed even clearer, though, don't you think? Because
Yeah.
there were more trades.
Right.
Maurice?
Well, if I'm going to be wrong twice, I might as well be wrong 3 times. Because this here looks like a draw. And it just should be a draw. And I think I could draw this against just about anybody in the world. But that said, these guys are going to make a few more moves and they have to make time control. So while you guys were busy looking at this kind of snooze fest position, I decided to go back to the ridiculous position that could have happened when that move, rook c5 and rook to c4, came on the board. That just seems so weird. By the way, Nakamura can feel justified because he was able to put the rook on c6. After all, this nice maneuver, rook c5, rook c4, gives him the c6 square. Yeah, right. You'll sell me that one. I wasn't born yesterday. Let's go back to the position. Rook c5, and then the move b6 was played. Let's get this up. b6 was played, and after, wait, let's hope my computer didn't crash on me. There you go. And now rook back to c4, and in this position, instead of this, putting the rook on c5, the point was attacking the knight. At least it seemed like the point. And now the move h5, and we get back to this critical position. Now, we analyzed the line of taking the rook, and there was just nasties happening to the black king. But let's go down another main line. We said every time, principally, if the guy plays h5, let's play g5 and lock everything down. Well, in this case, knight takes g5 is playable. And just as a reminder, if takes, now e6 is just a nasty move. The queen is attacked. This queen is defending that. And g5 is going to hang with check, and so is the square d5. So black would prefer not to see that line and play the move queen to f5, guarding the mate and now attacking the knight, but leaving this knight to fall. Now black can play pawn takes. Queen b1, by the way, in this position is playable too. Queen b1 check, king f2, queen takes b2 check, king g3, and now f takes g5. This is a line Nakamura would have considered taking on g5, king h8. Let me just show that on the board. King h8. Black might argue who's attacking who. Not just might. This g-file is suddenly opening up, and it's black who has the attack, not white. So that might have been a line that scared Nakamura. What else might have scared him? After F takes G5, in this position, castles I mentioned, G4 was a move. And analyzing with the engine, after F4, I let it sit a while and look at the position. And it seems that it feels after king to H8, black, despite the strange structure for black, and at the moment, down a pawn, it thinks that black is fine. White might have a smidgen of an edge in this position because white's pieces aren't well coordinated. Look at this rook. It's weird. C6 might even trap it. Thankfully, the queen is on the board. But otherwise, white's position looks impressive to me. It's incredible, Yaz. You glance at it kind of quickly. You like white's pawns. The fact that white is up a pawn sounds good. And yet here, paradoxically, the engine is saying that white may be only slightly better, and this rook is part of the problem. It has nowhere to go. It's a culprit in the position that white is sort of down a rook for a little while. Can we solve this position of this rook? I don't know. But maybe Nakamura saw a ghost like this and saw his rook getting trapped and said, I don't know if I want to go for this line, and then backed out right away. And now maybe his position has been justified, his decision has been justified, that he's in what looks like a totally drawn endgame. But I will say, to me, I hardly see moves like that. Rook c5 instantly followed by rook to c4. Just very, very weird chess. But here they are, looking like we might get the first draw. I'm going to bet. I'm going to bet draw.
You're going to bet draw.
They're not going to blunder this one. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice, for all of that. And I just want to say, even though the position we have on the board is very tame and a draw is expected, getting here has been a fascinating journey. I mean, this was really a high-quality game full of turns that maybe would make this the game of the match if the first two games had been wrong, because this has been this is what we expected coming into this showdown, that these two great players would produce this type of fighting chess with all kinds of opportunities, actually for both sides. We talked about this move, queen a5 check, and was maybe premature, black underestimating his own chances in that position. But wow, we've been able to fathom and discover some fascinatingly complicated variations. So this has been, in my opinion, a game full of content. I love these types of games.
Indeed, it's been really exciting, and now Nakamura still puzzling over what to play after this move rook to f7. Maurice?
Well, actually, another tell. If you take a look at the board, if we can get a shot of the players for a moment, you saw something happen, at least I saw something happen really quickly on Nakamura's side. Maybe an overhead shot will give us an even better view. Look at the pieces on Nakamura's left. I don't know if this has happened to you, Yaz. It happens to me, and I've noticed it within myself when I start getting a little bit edgy, as you can see Nakamura is now. It seems almost like the pieces you've captured crowd you a little bit. And you put these pieces there, and then you have to move them out the way as though they're in your way. You're trying to get more space. And you saw Nakamura a second ago push the pieces away from himself a little bit more, like he needed some elbow room because he has to make a big decision. Now, I don't feel any fear for him in this position, but he seems a bit more nervous. Now, look at how Levon handles this. He puts his pieces behind the clock. They're never in his way. Like, he doesn't have to push anything out the way at all. But in that second right there, you saw that quick tell. It's like a nervous tick. And I know I've done it often when I'm nervous. The pieces you're putting there seem like they're crowding you, and you kind of just push them out of the way. Like, why are you here? Get out the way. So I can really bear down. So quick, maybe a reflection of where his state is right now. And even just his body language is seeming to confirm that he's a bit more agitated than needs to, because this just looks really like this is equal.
I don't know. I think Nakamura in general, obviously in chess, tells are not as important as in the other game I love in the world of poker, because even if your opponent sees that you're happy or unhappy, a lot of times there's very little they can do with that information. One notable exception to that was in the World Chess Championship when Magnus allowed this combination. right? The in-between move.
Oh,
right?
yes.
Yeah, game
Yes,
6.
yes.
So, if Magnus had, if the non had picked up on how Magnus was disappointed, he never would have played A4 in a minute, and that would have perhaps changed the course of chess history.
Knight takes E5.
But
yeah.
I gotta say, with Nakamura, I mean, sometimes it seems random. Sometimes when he's winning, he pulls weird faces.
That's true.
I mean,
well.
I've seen like him sometimes be winning and look a little bit agitated.
Well-
It's hard for me to find a definite pattern. Sure, when he's losing, he definitely seems to pull more of them, like yesterday. But I definitely seen him pull some weird faces when he's totally winning. I think it's just part of, like, he likes to be expressive. Very Kasparovian in that way.
Okay. I see him as more or less with what Maurice was saying, that he's kind of in a crabby mood, that, maybe he feels he's left something on the board that he shouldn't have. And so when you are in that kind of a mood, then everything kind of irritates you, and those little pieces are annoying. You find something that irritates you.
But look at him when he's winning. He makes faces when he's winning, too. And they're not like faces of joy, because that would be rude.
True.
They're
true.
usually faces of just like maybe he's trying to like made an inaccuracy or something though. But
Yeah, and in that way he is like Kasparov. He does wear his emotions on his sleeve. And by the way, Hikaru did make a decision I find a little bit extraordinary. He chose, instead of going for that repetition that we had been showing a moment ago, he just decided to go ahead and trade these rooks. It really came to the fore in my mind. I've always known this, but it was really put it to my consciousness in a very direct way. The FIDE had sent me a FIDE's trainer's book with all sorts of ideas of how you should be coaching your players. And there was this wonderful article by Estrivas, a grandmaster from Greece, where he said, essentially, every trade you make in chess, and you got 8 pawns and all of these pieces, every trade in chess that is ever made almost always is to the advantage of one player or the other. It's very rare that a single trade is dead even, like both sides are happy.
exactly.
Now,
That's a good way to put it.
Right. Now, when Hikaru just made that trade of rooks, I'll ask you, you take these rooks off the board, and who's happy? I'd say Levon's super happy, because look at the difference between the two rooks. Black has a very active rook on d4. White has a pretty passive rook on h1. And has Hikaru tried to give himself chances in a position he shouldn't have, and he stands worse? I think he just stands worse.
I think maybe he was thinking perhaps that after the move a3, which he did play, by the way, that when the knight moves away, he might be able to sneak in rook to d1. Depending on where the knight moves, that maybe there's going to be a rook to d1 to d7 gaining counterplay. So perhaps he thought that, but there, instead of instead of, the knight doesn't necessarily have to move away. I think maybe black could play rook d3 as well. But if the knight were to move away, I think that maybe that's what Naka was thinking. Like, suppose knight c6, rook d1, and now after rook takes h4, rook d7, and is that
Enough activity for
is that
the
enough
pawn.
activity for the pawn?
I'm not
At
sure,
first
but
I was thinking, yeah, but now I'm not so sure. I mean, the question is whether we can actually play rook c7 and remove a pawn.
And me either. All I'm saying is, now you're sacrificing pawns in a balanced ending? I mean, you're taking some risks here, right?
It could just be a temporary sacrifice if we can play rook c7 there. But yeah, the other issue is that there is rook to d3 here, which could be more testing.
I think that's a major issue, actually. Rook to d3.
Well, is it not okay for us to just take on b4 and play king b2? What's your assessment of that?
I'd rather be black.
Well, sure.
well, but that's what I'm saying. 4 moves ago, he could have forced a repetition and taken the draw, and now he's in a rook ending where he has the worst structure. So, what's he saying here? Give me a disadvantage, and I'm going to outplay you? I don't think so. No. So rook d3. Big opportunity now suddenly big opportunity maybe is hyperbole, but opportunity for Levon. I think Levon stands superior.
Maurice, what do you think?
Well, I think it's still within boundaries in this position. It doesn't seem like I wouldn't trust my endgame technique against you, Yaz, if I had the black pieces, to be honest. But I will say that there was more in that position and in how Hikaru was acting than just typical agitation. If you looked at him, he's kept doing very similar things, moving the pieces over even more. This time he really pushed him over, like, I don't need you heading closer. There was a rook that was sitting right by his elbow, and that was annoying him, so he moved. It was actually inside the elbow. He moved that over. Then he picked up a piece. I picked up a pawn, actually, and, like, held it. You know, one of those things. You hold it in your hand while you're thinking, and then he thought for some time, and then he put it back down. So there's a lot going on and a lot of body shaking, and clearly he has to look at these moves because he wants a draw. And what did we see when he made a mistake? What was the thing that made the error A5 yesterday? Or was it A5? Yaz, help me out. Yeah, when he said he felt like he just wanted to force a draw. And something about him, a little bit less patience sometimes. He likes to be the active person, make the position happen, and sometimes not just sit and wait and calm. You know, guys like Karpov would be like, yeah, you know it's a draw. We're just going to sit here a long time. But Hikaru is not like that. He tends to want to force the action a little bit, and he wants to calculate it and say, I'm going to do this, 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 and it's going to be a draw. And that's it. So he's definitely calculating A3 and rook D3 and all those options. And it looks like a move has been played on the board. Rook D3 has happened. He has to assess this endgame that it's definitely not worse for him, that he's not going to lose, and he knows how to make this draw happen. And that's what he's looking for, a way to make it happen. But as you said, Yaz, the other position, he could have just relaxed and taken it on home. So I'm very surprised right now, and I think he's probably settling in, and maybe he's still drawing with no worries, but I might start taking my bet back.
About the draw, maybe. You mean, yeah.
Maybe.
That's not how bets work.
I still think it's a draw. I think it's a draw, but I'm not feeling good about my guy right now. So we'll see what happens in the next few moves.
I want to play in that casino where you can make a bet and then
watch the cards fall and then
out.
take your bet. Yeah. I surrender. Give me back
That's
my
how it
money.
works in my house. Come on. Taxis.
All right. So we do see this move rook d3, and we do see Hikaru now reflecting on the situation. And let me just boldly state the obvious, that if white plays king here to defend his knight, the problem is that after check, you think as white that two pieces are hanging, aren't you happy? Oopsie daisy. There's the rook c2 check, and you end up losing the knight anyway.
And two pawns.
And two pawns. So there is no move of a king b2. That's just not allowed. So the choice, I should say, that white has is if you trade and go into a pure rook ending, then we all know it's about structure and activity. Black has the better structure. Black has the more active rook. We would all prefer
But I
black.
think this should be okay, right? Because we have rook a1 in the position, so you can't get your rook act. Well, the nice thing is you can't play rook e3 to try to play rook e2 because we do have rook a1. I'm not sure, but you have to analyze rook a1.
Right.
Because you can't just snatch on g2.
Right. I should
well,
not.
You can.
I don't want. What I want to do.
Play this, yeah.
Is I want to come over here with my king. Keep in mind these two double pawns. Well, you're going to have to win a7. You're going to have to win b6. This is going to be very hard. In the meantime, black has a very clear idea of going after this pawn on h4. You won't be able to play g3 because I'll have f4 with my king on h5, I mean. So this is just easy.
So people will just play like b5 and rook a4.
Right. So you'll have, but now we've got a big difference.
You've got another avenue for the king as well.
Yeah.
You might at some point try to put it on c5.
Exactly. Then my king might come after these guys, and if I end up having an active king and an active rook e2 check taking on g2, well, you're only talking about two results, right?
Well, Nakamura didn't go for this, it looks like. He thought that the rook endgame was going to be too unpleasant.
So
instead he
move
played
his
knight to b5.
Which was the choice we were about to look at. And so knight b5. And now, funnily enough, it's black's choice. Does black want to play a6? Attacking the knight, right? That's a kind of a funny move. And so we would have
So it's similar,
four
except we don't have that big
rook
weakness.
A1 check, rook A1 going after A7, because there's two sets of double pawns on the B file. After the oh, pardon me, let me take that move back.
So if instead after knight to B5, black plays
Reasonable.
just rook takes B3 or something.
Oh, I beg. Rook takes.
I'm sorry. After A6, yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
what were you playing here?
Yeah, I was going to say
Knight.
I'm not so attracted to the move A6 personally. Let's say knight C6, just dropping back for a sec. King C2 to protect the weakness on B3.
Yeah, sure. Let's do
King
that.
C2, protect. I'll go after your knight with rook D5. More or less, I'm supposing that you'll drop your knight back.
Yeah, we
with
can
knight
come
C-
back to C3, sure.
Okay, so knight back to C3. I'm going to drop in on D4 with a check. I think you're going to have to play King B2 for a sec. Oh, the move rook E5, which I'm thinking I'm going to go rook E5, rook E2, forgetting that your knight covers. So sorry.
So that seems okay.
That does seem okay. I need better than this. So let's go back. First of all, has a
So
move
do you
been
want to
played
try
after?
A6 again?
Yes, I do.
Because maybe that's your best shot.
Absolutely. So let's try A6 again. And, oh, 3 minutes for Levon, 4 minutes for Hikaru. Well, it's
Wow,
getting a
but
little bit
then-
of time trouble here. You can feel some
yeah.
nervousness over the board.
Although it's likely to clarify in a few moves. Maurice, what do you think Black's best try is here?
Well, just analyzing with the engines, it looks like Black has a slight smidgen of an edge, and the game is lasting when it shouldn't have. The stupid knights are still on the board. And I say stupid knights, they're my favorite piece, but they're annoying. I mean, when you have to calculate potential tricks, knight forks, everybody drops exchanges, and you lose pieces because of these knights. You might say, well, how is that possible? In this position I have on the board, the knight could go back to D5, Yaz. Knight to D5, and now it's a much more active square. You dare not take the pawn on A7. In this position, you've defended it because rook takes B3 is on the board, and now that A-pawn is not long for the world. So instead of that, after knight D5, king to C2, and now rook to E3, with the idea of bringing down the rook to E2 and picking this pawn off. Well, if you bring your rook to E1, rook to E5, and don't fall asleep. Knight takes A7. Oh, wait a minute, what happened? Sorry, Ma, you just lost a rook. So rook to E5 is interesting. If you defend calmly with rook to D2, now rook to E1, and again, these threats are in the position. Oh, sorry, this is a blunder, my fault. No, in this position with the coverage, the knight can go to E3. Sorry, in this position here, knight to E3 check is playable, and Black is just kind of annoying white. He's hitting G2, F4 is threatened, the knight is hanging now on B5, and it's just all kinds of ideas. Where did this come from? This is just tricky stuff. And instead he played A6 and went for this weird ending. I got to say, this doesn't look like much at all. In time pressure, he has avoided a critical move, and it looks like this might peter out, Yaz. This I'm not that impressed by at all. But Black is still, staying active. He might have something slight here, but not that impressive. So time pressure starting to affect the players. Let's keep up with their moves as they try to reach time control. Guys,
Again, I mean, I kind of like what Levon has done. I'm sure the engines don't, discount this because they're so great in terms of defending and stuff. But, from the human point of view, the chess schools that I went to said, hey, listen, what you need in an ending to have a winning advantage is you need the more active pieces. In the rook ending, you got to give the activity victory to Black. Structure, even at the moment, but Black's king is a little bit better, right?
Small edge for Black, but in this position after
hold
rook
on,
E3.
you said small. I'm saying big.
small. I'm saying small structural advantage for Black, very small because
Okay.
of the weaker pawn on H4. But question here is the assessment of the pawning game, which, as we found out yesterday, was so crucial.
Complex.
So
yeah.
if white were to respond to your rook E3 with rook D1, how does that shake out?
Okay, very good. Okay, so a very concrete move, rook D1. Let me activate my king. Draw!
And it looks like we have a result. And I believe it was a drawn game. And so we're going to have to find out why Levon disagrees with your assessment.
Just when I was enthusiastic.
Well, maybe this Rook D1, you know, because you're talking about how you have an advantage with Rook activity, but if I can just activate my Rook, maybe it's not that big of a deal.
Wow, I would have certainly played on as black. I would have played the move Rook E3, waited for Rook D1, played the move King E6, and what do you think? You would offer the trade of rooks in this situation, Rook D3. I would have given a check. Oops, pardon me. Take it.
Or I would have just played Rook D2, maybe instead. Like Rook D2 in that initial
because
position.
this pawn ending.
Because I know you have to check the pawn endgame very carefully, as we found out yesterday.
Well, yeah, very carefully. Probably white can hold, but boy, at least black is for choice.
And if
in
you
any
just
case,
played Rook to D2, what is your plan if we just kind of?
Oh, if you just had played Rook to D2 at the very end of this,
you're marching your king in somehow. Are you getting your king in via the E5 square here?
Well, at least I'm marching. I mean, I have an idea. White is defending, and I would have played on. Levon assessed the position as a draw, and well, I'm not sure. I would have played. This is not a cakewalk for white by any means. Maurice, do the engines agree with Levon? His judgment was perfect. Take the draw, or should he have played on?
Well, the engines are saying the position's fairly even, but it certainly is disappointing for us. He could have played on. There's no losing chances, right? There's just no way to lose. So why not make a few moves? Why take the draw right now? Maybe he felt the time pressure was a factor, and so he decided he did not want to be in any more time pressure. It seems pretty easy to make a few moves. Maybe he felt he was being respectful. It's a draw anyway, so why make any moves? But I agree with you, Yaz. It doesn't hurt to make just a few more moves, see what the guy does. We did see a few errors yesterday, at least one big error when the situation was supposed to be equal as well, although yesterday was a bit richer than we had today. I got to say this was not their best game. I mean, in terms of the game itself, the analysis, the variations they had to look at, and we got a chance to look at, it was very exciting. Definitely high quality stuff, very intriguing. But in terms of the moves actually played on the board, that this idea of playing the move A6 in response to knight B5, I think he just was in time pressure and said, I don't want to calculate losing my pawn. There was definitely some decisions that they'll look back at and say, yeah, I could have played better, but time pressure and the situation was hard to judge. This was not the highest quality game, although in the end it looks like, yeah, you know, two 2700s played and made a GM draw. Well, not exactly a GM draw, but I got to tell you, not a very exciting way to finish off this game, for sure.
Especially as I was getting all excited about towards the move before the draw was agreed, most especially the players are now at the board, of course, analyzing and trying to figure out earlier decisions.
I'm sure we're going to hear from them quite soon here in the commentary room. So, yeah, this match has been quite exciting so far, and even today really could have gone either way. Well, no real like smooth contest where it's like dominate the end.
Well, in all three games, the final decision has been strange and unexpected. It's like, okay, if they had drawn the first two games, I think everybody would have understood that. But decisive games in games 1 and 2, and then the sudden draw agreed in this game surprised me.
Well, this means that regardless of the result tomorrow, it's all going to be about the blitz.
Yes, the
even
blitz
if tomorrow's decisive, there is going to be space for that losing player to make up. And let's take a look at, while we're waiting for our players, how does this blitz breakdown work out? So, 4 points up for grabs in a very classical game, but 16 games of blitz chess, each worth 1 point. So at this point, the most anybody can get in the classical match is +4.
Okay.
Right, so that's a distance that could be bridged in blitz. And that will be held starting at the same time, 2 o'clock Central Standard Time. We start at 1:50. We give you a little pregame show, and that's 2:50 Eastern Time. Definitely not going to want to miss that. We'll be doing blitz game coverage, a new game every 15 minutes, and it's going to be fun to watch those pieces flying.
Pardon me, you asked me a question as to who I thought held the edge in blitz. I went with Hikaru, but I forgot to reciprocate.
Oh, wow.
Who do you think stands before the match? Now, not like Maurice taking back your bet, but before the match.
I won the bet, by the way.
Yes, you
I won the
did.
bet.
No, you took it back.
I agreed to no takesy backsy, so relax. I won the bet.
You won the bet.
I hate to be boring, but I have to give a tiny edge to Hikaru, but I don't think it's that significant. So I think that...
So you think a 4-point classical lead
would be way bigger.
Huge.
Yeah.
So,
because I think if Hikaru has an edge, it's like more of like a 1-point edge or something like that, not much more, because Levon also renowned for his blitz skills. But I think Nakamura has a little bit of a, especially like that like he's so fast. I mean, so is Levon. I mean, we saw him playing Bug House earlier at the Singfield Cup, and he's great too. But just I think Nakamura's competitive nature and super quick, I'd have to give him a tiny edge. I mean, I think most people would.
Yeah, and Maurice, we have to get your opinion on who would have an edge, in your view, on the straight blitz if they go to the blitz, even Stevens.
Well, Levon is a smooth, cool character, I tell you that, and he plays blitz and bug house with confidence. This guy doesn't think he could lose anything. In fact, I think he doesn't think he should ever lose chess games even. He's just so confident and calm. So I love his nerves. I love the fact that he's that quick and confident. However, Hikaru is a beast. I mean, you watch him play blitz, and it's just like he doesn't need to think. His hands go so quickly. He's like a magician. You look at some of the YouTube videos, the way his hands are moving, it's like Edward Scissorhands. It's like he's moving 3 or 4 pieces at the same time. And certainly if he has 2 seconds on the clock, to him it's like 5 minutes, a 5-minute drive at the Super Bowl. You know, it's like I don't even need 2 minutes. If I got 2 minutes, I'll do it in 30 seconds. So it's incredible to see him play blitz. He's phenomenal. That said, he's playing against a world-class player. So, yes, I will go with Hikaru if it gets to the blitz. I think that he will prevail. That's just his specialty. He's been doing it since childhood, living online, playing bullet. I mean, that's one of his favorite forms of chess. 2 minutes too much he has. A minute is what he needs. So I think I would give the edge to Hikaru.
Wrap it up fast before Levon overhears you. They're coming down right now.
Very good.
Actually, Edward Scissorhands is one of my favorite movies, but somehow I don't think that those scissors will fare too well on a blitz scan.
Yeah.
I think that's going to make it a little slow. It kind of reminds me of the tongs that we use to move the candles,
right? The candles and the burning candles
here we're not going to be
the World Hall of Fame.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
Here we're not going to be. I don't think we want to use scissors with that beautiful House of Staunton set made especially for this, because could get a little bit nicked up.
Exactly.
Let's take a look at how the players stand. We've got 6 points for each player. That's right. So they each got 4 points for their decisive game and 2 points for today's draw. So it is tied up. And if tomorrow is a tie too, we are going to be in that blitz with a complete even Steven, and the winner will be crowned via those 16 games. So tomorrow and Tuesday, you're definitely going to want to be tuned in, especially since you really have no excuse anymore. The World Championship is over. Mm-hmm. So, you don't have to wake up at 6 in the morning to watch that. So you can...
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
I was too. I'm
Were
sorry.
You every day you woke
not
up?
Not every day, but I was really into it.
So
I wanted to see the games live.
So you're normally a normal chess player, night owl, but you kind of early birded it for a few weeks.
Yeah, I make such sacrifices during the World Championship, for sure.
And I wonder about our Grandmaster in attendance now with Maurice Ashley. He is the U.S. #1, and I'm sure he was following the World Championship. And it'll also be interesting to get Nakamura's thoughts on Seirawan's accomplishment today, since he was also the youngest American Grandmaster. We have Hikaru Nakamura to talk about some big chess news and its fascinating game today.
Thanks, Jen. With Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, welcome back to the show, Hikaru. Today's game was interesting in the sub-variations. It was like those subplots that could have happened but never happened on the board. Take us through this game. The opening seemed quite interesting, like you went for it with H4. Were you surprised by his choice of the Grinfo?
A little bit. I wouldn't say I was overly surprised. I thought he might try it out, so I kind of just figured I'd play something I know. But I mean, I wouldn't say that I was expecting. I had prepared something light against it. And okay, Grunfelden surprised me. Going this knight c6 with queen d6, I hadn't really looked at it in a while, so I kind of just decided to just play at the board, essentially. I mean, I knew that e5 was not the main line, but I just couldn't remember what it really was. So that's kind of why I just played e5 and h4, and then it was quite interesting.
Well, we got this position on the board, very exciting position. You went into a big think after knight to b4. Can you share some of your thoughts on this position?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's why we both used time. Levon used a bunch of time on queen d7. I used a bunch of time in this position. I think it's because we were calculating the same thing. Because basically, the problem is you have to check and see whether h5 works. h5 or d5 and h5. There always are some tactics, but in this position, h5 doesn't work. I mean, because as Levon explained, h5 knight c2.
Right, there's no place to put your
well,
king.
No, but it's not trivial. King f2, queen d4, king g3. I mean, it's still very, very tricky. And now g5. And I don't know. Maybe the computer finds a draw. But I mean, I saw bishop e6, king h8, and I mean, I thought I could be in trouble here, because on e takes f6, if black plays e takes f6, for example. Well, okay, maybe I just missed something, but at any rate, it was very complicated. I wasn't really sure.
The king is not exactly secure over here.
Yeah, so that's why I didn't do that. But I mean, I thought what I did in the game was fine. It's just, I mean, the thing is somehow I missed this h5 move. I mean, this is
we got to a wild position right here. You played rook c5 and b6, and this move h5 was on the board. Did you see it? Did you see this move right now,
yeah,
or
I mean, I saw
what was the purpose for rook c5 and rook c4?
Well, if I don't go to c5, I think I'm just losing. Maybe not losing, but knight b6 is an extremely unpleasant threat. So I
that was
thought
the reason you needed to put something on b6.
To provoke b6, but somehow, I mean, I guess we both just missed this idea of knight g5, because I mean, I saw the other one which loses, which is g5, e takes f6, e takes f6, rook g5, rook d5, sorry. Queen d5, knight f6, rook f6, queen f6, rook e8, king f2, and rook e6. And I mean, my queen's trapped and I just lose. So I mean, I saw these ideas with f6, but I missed this e6 idea.
That's a beautiful line. Absolutely. That's a great queen trap. It's not often you see the queen trap that way.
Yeah.
For sure. Great analysis. But the move h5.
Yeah, h5, g5. Yeah, we both just missed knight g5 and e6.
Knight g5 and then e6.
I mean, I saw it in other lines, but I mean, with the king on e1, you just forget that it's still possible. I mean, you just change the orders, and so I saw e6 in a lot of other lines, but I mean, with the king on e1, of course, I mean, e6 and knight g5, but here it doesn't work. So, but okay, in this position it does, obviously, and.
Well, we were wondering it turns out that this line is actually probably not so simple.
No, I should have seen it, though.
Rook c5, b6, that h5 can be responded to.
G5, yeah. G5, knight g5, and I guess queen f5.
And queen f5, right. So it's actually super unclear, but you actually it's not something you had intended. You were defending against the knight b6 threat with rook c5.
I mean, I don't know if this is winning, though. I mean, it looks like black has, rook d5, f g5, castles, rook d8. I mean, white can't lose. There's no risk. But I don't think it's winning, though, now that I look at it more. I mean, I think white's better, but I don't think it's winning, so I'm not going to be that upset, I guess, about it, to say the least.
Okay. All right. Now, so that was one interesting moment. Later in the game, though, in this moment, it looked like it was black's turn to miss a big opportunity. F5 looked like it was a really aggressive move, and your king is still stuck in the middle, rook e8, check threats. What was he so scared of here?
Well, I think Levon missed the idea of rook f6. So knight g5, for example. I wasn't going to play knight g5, by the way. But knight g5, rook e8, king f2, queen d7. And if h5, black has a very nice idea of rook f6, I think.
This we did see.
Yeah, I saw this during the game. So, I mean, I was actually going to just I was going to go h5 instead. And I think black's still quite a bit better. But, I mean, it's a game at any rate. Whereas this, I think, is losing. So, so
a real missed opportunity for him.
I think for both of us.
Yeah, right. So it's like a trade-off there.
Yeah.
Finally, there was a moment when you seemed a bit perturbed when here you traded rooks right in this position, and you took king c1, rook f7, Here you seem to be a little disturbed, although we thought probably it was steering towards a draw. What were you thinking here?
Well, it said I thought rook c8 was better. That's the thing. I mean, I didn't think I had to trade. So I mean, I wanted to go rook c8 and h5, but I think it's quite dangerous because black goes rook d7, and it's still probably drawish, but it's quite unpleasant. So I mean, I think I played the right moves, takes and a3, and knight b5 is very important here, so, because I think the other moves are a little bit tricky. I mean, okay, the computer probably can draw it with takes on b4. I mean, but it's a very unpleasant endgame at any rate. So I mean, I thought knight b5 was right, and then okay, Levon played a6. I guess he can try knight d5 maybe, but now I think it can also get tricky here if I go rook d1, for example.
In this moment.
Yeah, it's not the only move, but oh wait, no, sorry, no, this just loses. Yeah. No, actually, you know, I saw it as the secondary line. I was going to go king c2. That was the first line I thought of, and then I saw rook d1. I thought the endgame was drawn. Of course, you know, if I'd used time, I probably would have seen a6. So rook e3 and rook d1.
And rook d1, and now the engine is giving this move rook e5, which is kind of weird to sandwich your rook.
No, I understand that, but if I go knight d6
and bring the king
knight
up?
c4, I thought this was fine. Rook e2, rook d2. I mean, if black's going to trade, it's a draw.
It's a draw.
This is not winning for black. I'll say that. But yeah, I mean, okay, knight d5 is a way to keep the game going, but I think I would have drawn it pretty routinely, at this point.
All right, some very high tension games to be sure. You got one game left tomorrow before the blitz, so all to play for. Let's just get your thoughts though very quickly on a couple of really significant events in the world of chess. First of all, Sam Seirawan becoming the youngest grandmaster in U.S. history and also one of the youngest grandmasters in world history. What do you think of his accomplishment?
Well, I think it's good for American chess when you have up and coming talents. I mean, it remains to be seen how far he'll go, but certainly he's accomplished quite a lot in his 13 years.
Yeah, 13 years. I mean, it made Sierra, what was it, 15 years, look like an old man.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a trend in chess. There's so many people who've I think when I did, I was maybe the 5th youngest or something. And I think since then, there are probably at least 10 to 15 who have done it younger. So I think it's just the nature of the way chess is going, just the general trend.
And the win by Magnus to maintain his title. What were your thoughts about that? Did it seem predictable, or was it more interesting than?
Well, I think it was predictable in the sense of him winning the match. I thought the quality of his play was very bad, actually, or maybe Anand was just playing very well. But I mean, I thought, for example, his mistake, obviously, in Game 6, which he won, was very uncharacteristic. And actually, today I thought he was in quite a bit of trouble too with the white pieces. So. I mean, he did what he did. He got out of the tough spots, but I guess I would have said that I thought his play was much more inspiring last time around.
Well, but he's now world champion, and he keeps it for a couple of years. You're in the running for that. You're in the cycle right now, trying to.
Well, I have to do well in a couple of events first. I'm not quite in the candidates yet, so.
Are you
long way to go.
Optimistic about it?
Well, I mean, I've done well in the first 2 Grand Prix events. I have another one in May, which is very far off, and I'll also have the World Cup, so I'll certainly have my opportunities. But I think at any rate, whether I make it in or not, I think pretty much everyone is hoping for a different opponent next time around.
Not everybody in India, by the way.
Right, not in India, yeah.
Well, thanks so much for sharing your opinions, and best of luck in the last game.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, America's best, playing enterprising chess as usual. We look forward to his final game. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Hikaru. Wow, what a lot Hikaru had analyzed in this game, huh? Just goes to show. I would be so drained.
I bet he is. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. So that was an interesting viewpoint. I like what he said when he said that, having broken Bobby's record, he was probably very proud at the time, but now he doesn't think of it as an achievement at all because everybody keeps breaking his record. I felt the same way after I got my Grandmaster title. I thought, wow, this was really special, and now everybody breaks it. If you're not a Grandmaster by 15, it seems like
See, I didn't see his comment like that. I saw his comment as saying that since he was the 5th youngest in history at the time.
Yes, that he was. Yeah.
That's the relevant ranking rather than rather than the age.
Okay.
That like you know what I'm saying? That it
Right.
keeps getting younger, so that Seirawan, I think we said, was like the seventh. Yeah.
youngest.
So
Okay, so
he was trying to contextualize his achievement as stronger.
I see.
Not
Got it.
consciously, but
I didn't pick up on that. There you go. There you go.
everybody hears different things. Isn't that the
Right.
beauty of music and of conversation?
There you have it.
And we have Grandmaster Levon Aronian to talk about this fascinating struggle today. And he's with Maurice Ashley.
Thanks, Jen. With Levon, first of all, were you an old man when you became a grandmaster?
I became a grandmaster at the age of 17.
Oh man, over the hill! Wow, you only became number 2 in the world.
But I was the youngest Armenian grandmaster.
There you go.
So that's a good
There
achievement.
you go. There's definitely an achievement there. Well, this game was definitely extremely interesting coming out of the opening. Did you try to surprise him with the Grinfo?
It's difficult to surprise somebody with an opening that you play the first 15 years of your life. Grunfeld,
Lately, you've been a bit more.
yeah, but I still come back to my first love from time to time. So I just wanted to go for a sharp game. I really felt like having some fun.
Oh, this was a lot of fun for us. Well, we appreciate that
you.
for sure. This was a critical moment in the game. You played
Actually,
knight.
the critical moment was probably earlier because I went completely nuts with bishop e6. I should have just played c5, takes. I mean, it's a wonderful compensation. Takes on e3, bishop e6, and I mean, black cannot be worse. That's what I felt during the game, that I have so much play for my pawn. And then during
The
the game,
engine sort of disagrees, but it got a free pawn in its hand, so it always going to disagree.
well, maybe I'm overly optimistic about my bishops, but.
Typical Grunfeld player, sacking pawns for compensation.
Yeah, but generally, I actually, after bishop h6, I thought I'm fine, but after bishop c4, position looks kind of, I mean, it looks solid for black, but I would rather play white, because I felt that if he even just takes on d5 and makes a castle, it's difficult for black, to come up with something concrete.
We noticed that, getting rid of your knight and leaving you with a bishop that's not really doing anything.
And I can't really afford to play c6. I mean, he would just castle
So
alone.
so you're suggesting the move here after
I felt
Queen d7.
I had this
That he could take here.
this cunning plan. I thought I'll play Queen d7, pretend I didn't see knight e4, and maybe Hikaru will fall for it. So
Fall for what, knight e4?
yeah,
And-
because it seems that knight b4 shouldn't work, but it actually works perfectly.
Well, but in this line, after you play knight to b4, rook to c1, there is a variation that Hikaru said he missed for sure in this position, thinking that he was in trouble here, rook to c5, b6, that here he could play the move h5.
I didn't see that. We were told by Tony after the game, and I mean, we came to the conclusion that black is slightly worse after this. Yeah.
After this move, yeah, that's the same conclusion. Well, not losing, though, but just a
Yeah.
bit worse having to play the position.
Well, you always put a position somewhere here, like with the rook on c5. You always have these ideas. White wants to play e6 with the king on d8 and knight g5. So all the ideas are connected with white playing knight g5 to mate.
Right.
And to play knight g5 just to gain some material, it's kind of unusual for this position.
I see.
But I should have played rook d8, and I think, I'm not in trouble.
Yes, rook d8 was a solid move here.
Yeah, and my position is fine.
Later in the game, we saw another critical moment after queen b5, ef6, ef6, b3. You played queen a5 check in this position, but this move f5 looks really interesting.
I don't think it's anything. Just knight g5,
Knight g5, check.
check, king f2.
King f2, queen d7.
I thought rook c1, rook c6. He'll just put the rook there and he won't be worse.
This rook,
Yeah,
and after rook e7?
yeah, rook c6.
Well, the computer is totally disagreeing with you right now, dude.
Oh, so probably.
It's feeling like there's stuff happening.
Oh,
Knight b4 is threatened with this
so
fork.
white doesn't really want anything. So this whole h5 is a mirage. So he cannot play h5 because of knight f6. Got it. Yeah, probably here I went wrong, because I felt that in the end game I'll be pressing a little bit. It's safe. I'm, you know, I'm out of risk, and here he might play for h5. So yeah, this was a bad decision. You know, but after you calculate so many mating ideas in one game, you kind of
For the other guy,
feel relieved.
it's time to get out.
Relieved to get the queens out of the game. So
It's hard to switch directions, isn't it? When it feels like the other person's attacking, and you finally had a chance to be the one attacking as well.
yeah, I regret not playing this. I overestimated this structure.
Okay, so then you got to this end game. Was the end game just a simple draw? Yasser was virtually apoplectic when you guys took a draw. And
Honestly, I was excited at the start, but then after knight c3 and king c1, I thought that it's very, very little for me.
right here, he traded an a3.
I mean, he can simply take ab. It's also a dead draw. Knight b5, I felt I can play knight d5. Yeah, I saw
Right, that's
this.
the critical move now. Knight d5.
King
and,
c2,
King c2.
rook e3. Yeah, this stuff, you know, I had this inner feeling that this might be interesting, but then I thought knight a7, it's a time trouble. What do you
right
know?
now, knight
yeah,
a7?
What do you know?
Something could, right, because something could happen, you mean, an accident.
Yeah, you know, because his pawns start flying, and maybe black is better, but maybe he's not. Maybe white is better. So this is very difficult to assess, and I didn't really want to commit. I mean, if I haven't won yesterday, I would probably go for something like this. I mean, I would have definitely played f5. But today I was trying to play solidly.
And you would have the white pieces tomorrow as well, so no need to take too much chance.
Yeah, you know. I mean, of course, you got to take your chances, but those endgames can be risky.
Okay, all right. Well, so this game has ended in a draw. You have a big game tomorrow. What's your thoughts going into that one?
I mean, I think today's game was interesting. I'll try to keep it, you know, to keep the game in the same vein, you know, kind of play for the public in some way, and for myself.
There's some discussion already on the blitz side of things that who's better at blitz? Do you have an opinion there? You and Naka, what's your history been like?
I don't remember, actually. I have an opinion, but I'm not going to share it. Because people are going to think I'm arrogant. So there you go.
You know, I mentioned that you're confident as opposed to arrogant. I didn't use that term. Okay, so we'll certainly be in for that. But let's one thing first with the game tomorrow. Before I let you go, I'd like to talk about two big moments in chess. You talk about being the youngest Armenian grandmaster, and Sam certainly did his thing as the youngest player. What do you think about this potential for American chess? He's the youngest.
Sam.
Youngest American.
I mean, you know, he has the right genes to be a good chess player. He has the Armenian blood in him, so I think he's a very mature and a very good player already now, and I think that's just great for the American chess, and he has a positional style. I really like his play.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate it too. And finally, Magnus is again the world champion. What did you think of this match?
Okay, I thought that Vichy was better prepared this time. I mean, but it's difficult for him still to play against Magnus, because Magnus is just a player of different generation. You know, after all, chess advances, and it's like if you look at it, greatest players in the world, I consider Kasparov to be the greatest player in the world. But whenever I see him analyzing with players of the modern era, I can see that his understanding is very different, you know. So it's difficult for the players, even the greatest players in the world. Like if you had Michael Jordan playing with current players, he wouldn't also be the greatest, probably.
Chicago fans are screaming right now.
I mean, it's still, the game develops, so that's why I think I thought that it would be difficult for him to fight with Magnus. And as the history shows, I mean, he has a bad score against the players of this generation.
And the quality of the match itself, what do you think?
I thought it was pretty good, because I mean, in the World Championship match there is no quality. I've never seen a World Championship match with quality games. It's very rare.
Really?
Because, of course, there's two best players playing against each other, but they're over-prepared. You know, they work so much, so they commit easy mistakes during the game because they're not fresh. So I don't think I ever saw a really, really good game during the World Championship match.
Really good game, a really good match. It's a
Really good game with both players playing extremely well, like it would happen in a regular tournament.
Are you saying we should just throw away the World Championship?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you can't really expect those players who have so much pressure on them to perform their best.
Interesting. Oh. Well, we thank you very much for your opinion.
Thank
It's
you.
always interesting and always fun. Good luck in your last game.
Thank you very much.
Grandmaster Levon Aronian, after a very interesting game in this last game of his match, and I'm sure we will be well entertained tomorrow. You don't want to miss that, guys.
That's
No
right.
question.
And I love that advice from Levon as the weekend comes to a close. We approach Thanksgiving, and the advice is don't work too hard.
Don't work
It's just
too
going to
hard.
backfire.
Right.
Be fresh.
You need to be fresh. You need
That's
to
right.
be fresh.
And we invite you all to join us for the last 2 days of coverage of this very exciting match, our showdown in St. Louis. We've got the last classical game tomorrow.
Yes.
And then we have the Blitz finale,
the
16 games. Maurice, some final thought.
Well, it's been fun. That's what I can say. It's been fun. These guys are really great characters. Well chosen, certainly, to play a match here in St. Louis. The showdown in St. Louis has been all that it's been built to be. Just exciting games, interesting games, maybe some mistakes, not perfect play for sure. And Levon just said some interesting remarks. So not only on the board is it interesting, even off the board, I'm learning something. So I'm happy to be here, and I think that tomorrow will be fascinating. And I will be sure to ask Nakamura his opinion of who has the advantage in Blitz tomorrow. I won't neglect that as the trash talking begins already. So fun here in St. Louis. Great games and great times for chess. Guys?
Well, I don't know what Nakamura is going to say, but I know what he thinks.
Yes. He's confident.
That's right. So put it on your calendar, and we will see you tomorrow and Tuesday for the finale of the showdown in St. Louis.